Good afternoon again, everybody. I'm Brent Musburger. Welcome back to the NCAA Today. Joining me now, our college football expert, the coach, Ara Parsegan. Pat O'Brien is out on assignment, and you know, today is a big day for some of the great traditional rivalries in college football, but none bigger, Ara, than Oklahoma-Nebraska.
You're right, Brent. As a matter of fact, I talked to Barry Switzer during the course of the week, and he acknowledges that he's going to be playing the best offensive team that they've ever faced. And what surprised me, I thought he would name either Rozier or Fryer as the ones that concerned him the most. But he named Turner Gill as the one, the quarterback. And the reason he did is because of his scrambling ability. He said, well, we can hold him on first or second down, but you'll see right here, Turner Gill rolling to the outside, seeing no one open. Once and again, you'll see the same thing here. Gill coming to the outside, finds daylight. He's a great runner, and this bothers Barry Switzer more than anything else. And they're going to have to contain him on third down if they expect to win. And defensively, though, he said, Nebraska has not faced a defense like ours. He's really high on their defense. And the reason being, all across the front, they are 275, 270. The ends are 240. The linebackers 235. They're a little weak at the corners, but strong at the safety. Here you see them tackling for a safety there. They're a great defensive football team.
I get the idea that you think Oklahoma is going to upset Nebraska.
I think this, Brent, I think that if the offense, which has been rather ordinary for our Oklahoma team, if they can maintain possession of the ball for 2 or 3 first downs or run 5 or 6 minutes off the clock, their defense may just hold up in this ball game. Nebraska's going to be in a tough, hard football game, I think.
Now, those folks that are watching Arizona State, we'll update the Nebraska game as it goes along. But how about that showdown in the great state of Arizona?
Well, those two teams have had strange seasons in a sense. Both of them are 6-3-1. Both of them were ranked high before the season started. Both of them were undefeated during that period of time. And then, all of a sudden, they both lost 3 games in a row. And now they face one another. I think Arizona State probably has played a little bit more difficult schedule. But Tunnicliffe of Arizona is coming off of a great game against UCLA. And I really believe that they're going to pull it off. They're the underdog, but I think they'll beat Arizona State.
And for those folks down in the southeast who are watching Tennessee-Vanderbilt, we'll update both the other games. And how about that showdown down in Tennessee?
Well, I know Vanderbilt's going in with a 2-8 season, but they have played, of their 8 losses, 7 of them are going to bowls. They've played Georgia to a 7-point game, Maryland to a 7-point game. This is going to be a closer game than you think. They got a great passer in Page, great receiver, has 90 receptions. Look out if the passing game gets going.
All right, the NCAA Today continues on CBS in just a moment.
The NCAA Today is sponsored by Volkswagen, IBM, and by AC Delco General Motors Corporation. AC Delco is the way to go.
Introducing the 1984 Volkswagen Jetta. It doesn't drive like a car. The Jetta has a German-built engine, German-built suspension, and the performance of a true German sports sedan. Yet, the Jetta costs only $7,390. You drive a car because you have to. You drive a Jetta because you love to. Jetta. It's not a car. It's a Volkswagen.
Joey, the fastest way possible. Yes, sir. Atta boy.
Why send information to branch offices the hard way?
When are the price changes going out, Mary?
Right now.
When IBM has an office system that can speed information to all your business locations in minutes. Now, that's a lot easier, isn't it?
The boss says it's a rush.
Right.
Test pilot Chuck Yeager for AC Delco.
In a high-performance fighter, we go from the griddle to more than 20 degrees below in just seconds. Well, here's an all-weather fighter for your car. The new Delco Freedom Dura Power Battery. Hot or cold, it's got the starting power you can depend on. With a Freedom battery, you never need to add a drop of water.
Get a Delco Freedom battery starting at $39.95 for a 40 series. Call 800 AC Delco.
Let me update the scores. We've had a couple of changes here in the last 10 minutes, but not with Texas. They are still dominating A&M, 45-13, about 10 minutes to go in that game. But Georgia had been tied by Georgia Tech at 17, and then John Lastiger hurled a touchdown pass, and the Bulldogs are ahead 24-17 in the third. Now, in the Southwest, Texas Tech still shutting out Arkansas, And the score in that game, as you see also some of the playoff games going on, this is the Division I AA. Indiana State over Eastern Illinois, 10-7 is the count there. But Western Carolina has taken the lead now on Colgate. 24-23 is the count in that Division I AA playoff. Central State and Southwest Texas State. This is Division II game, 10-7 now, Central State. North Alabama and Virginia Union. Virginia Union has just gone ahead now in the second quarter, 14-10. North Dakota State and Towson State, the Division II playoffs. North Dakota State holding on, but Towson is coming from behind now. And, of course, in the Division III playoffs, this is a final Union advances past Salisbury State. And in the fourth, Augustana is still winning easily right now over Wisconsin Lacrosse. That one is 21-0 in the fourth. And, you know, it is quite possible, Era, that all season long we've been negligent in our journalistic responsibilities. We have been touting the University of Nebraska as the #1 team in the country, but now there are some who are saying that the mighty Cornhuskers may not even be the best team in the state. This is Creighton University in Omaha. Theirs is a college football story you might not have heard.
We're going to go down as the greatest football team in college history, no doubt. We're going for Nebraska all the way in the bowl game. I think it's the best in the nation. There's no doubt about it.
But now, the sober facts. You see, this is all a beer distributor's dream. He had those phony schedules printed. Creighton actually dropped football back in 1943. The fans picked up the fantasy and ran with it, forcing the Blue Jays to open their practices for the first time. The president of Creighton, Father Michael G. Morrison, doubles as coach, demonstrating offensive technique here, just as Era used to do. He's slow, but he's ever so reliable.
Well, we love to play Creighton in the Orange Bowl.
The school concedes its march through the mighty is fiction, but at Creighton, those dreams die ever so hard.
Is this team for real? Are you kidding? Season tickets cost me $132. It's got to be for real.
I got to believe Tom would rather be playing them today than Oklahoma, come to think about it. What about Oklahoma and Nebraska emotionally coming up to this game, Coach?
I think Oklahoma's going to go in loose as a goose. They always do. They've got nothing to lose, everything to gain. I think Nebraska's going to be a little tight. And if they go well early, look out in this ball game. They could pull it.
All right, sit back and enjoy. Coming up, the NCAA Today on CBS.
34 years ago, Volkswagen introduced the family van to America. And over the years, we've made thousands of improvements. We improved the transmission and the handling. We kept the Vanagon small outside, but made it bigger inside. And now we've made room for 22% more power with a new water-cooled engine. The 1984 Vanagon. There's a lot behind it. Vanagon. It's not a car. It's a Volkswagen.
Old-style light. It doesn't taste like a light beer.
Here's what Mike Marsalis said during a taste test against his favorite light beer.
The taste is good. Tastes like beer.
So what should we tell the people at Miller Lite?
Go back to the drawing board. You can have beer taste in a light beer with old-style light. Far better tasting than Miller Lite. It wouldn't even compare. Now, if you guys are from Miller, I'm in big trouble, but that's okay.
Taste the difference Kreuzening makes in a light beer.
Settled.
A Christmas gift from Radio Shack.
Before Christmas, my son just had to take me with him to see Radio Shack's 160-in-1 electronic project kit. He can build radios, learn about transmitters, computer circuits, even electronic sound effects. Everything's pre-mounted and solar or battery powered. They had all sorts of project kits. It's nice to give him something he really wants. It's educational, too.
The 160-in-1 electronic project kit, $29.95, only at Radio Shack.
This is CBS.
What's this? Barton Johnson for Armstrongs. No, I'm not magic. But it is magic what a change of color can do for your room. Look at this country bedroom. Solid quality furniture. You know what it needs? Personality. You can begin to redecorate your room with just a small touch here and there. But what is really important is that your home reflect you, your personality, your taste. From Armstrong's, 366 North 48th, Lincoln.
Go with the winners, the Nebraska Cornhuskers and B.F. Goodrich. The B.F. Goodrich Power Saver Radial HT is America's #1 farm tire. And like the Huskers, B.F. Goodrich has the winning choice all season long, from the TA Radials to the steel-belted all-season tires.
We're proud to bring you the Tom Osborne Show from all the B.F. Goodrich dealers.
Go Huskers!
Investing these days is a little bit like you playing tennis against Jimmy Connors. You're going to need all the professional help you can get. Payne Weber can supply that help. A full range of services and the financial advice to help you make those difficult decisions. Because at Payne Weber, we believe the quality of life just might depend on the quality of your investments.
Hey, great match. Thanks, Jimmy. Thank you, Payne Weber.
KOLN-TV Lincoln, KGIN-TV Grand Island.
For the Heisman Trophy. Rick Bryan, a fierce competitor, the best defensive player in the Big Eight, a finalist for the Outland and Lombardi trophies. Rozier against Bryan, Oklahoma against Nebraska. What must be going through Mike Rozier's mind as he faces Bryan, the Sooners All-American tackle, the two-time Big Eight Defensive Player of the Year, a man called by his coach as the finest competitor he's ever had, a senior who wants to play the best game of his career. Bryan's respect for Rozier, the nation's leading rusher and scorer. He scored an NCAA record 28 touchdowns rushing. He's averaged 8 yards each time he carries the ball. The instincts, the balance, the speed, the toughness. Rozier with 3 straight 200-yard games, facing the Big Eight's best defense. Bryan, Oklahoma's all-time leading tackler, the nation's highest-scoring offense he will go against. It's strength against strength. It's one of football's most intense rivalries. It's for the national championship, the Big Eight title, Oklahoma against Nebraska, a classic confrontation. They have come from Broken Arrow, Muskogee, and Seminole in Oklahoma, from Burr, Battle Creek, and Grand Island in Nebraska. There are over 76,000 strong in Owen Field to witness the 64 struggle between Oklahoma and Nebraska to see the top-ranked team in the country, Nebraska. The Sooners lead the series, but Nebraska has won the last 2 games. The weather conditions for this game, right now, they're pretty good. 56 degrees, but you see the forecast down below, rain. In fact, the weathermen around here in the Oklahoma area are saying by halftime our weather could really deteriorate. Oklahoma fans have come to Norman to say goodbye to 15 Oklahoma seniors.
Two-time All Big Eight selection.
The Goodlows, the Bensons, the Ships, and Parkers, along with 2-year All-American Rick Bryan. They have been the nucleus of Barry Switzer's team.
Defensive end.
Let's go down now and listen for their introductions.
Defensive back from Houston, Texas, Robert Williams. Defensive tackle from Sherman, Texas, Danny Wilson.
And now the special introduction coming up of Rick Bryan out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma.
And a 3-time All Big Eight and 2-year All-America selection from Coweta, number 80, defensive tackle Rick Bryan.
Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Bender. This is the one we've been waiting for. This is a classic, Oklahoma against Nebraska. It's been a long but yet a very successful season for Nebraska. They started the season August 29th against Penn State. They've had the pressure of being ranked number 1 all season long. Also the pressure of having the longest unbeaten winning streak in the country, 21 games. But this Nebraska team knows one thing. If they do not win today, they will not have what they consider to be a successful season. And Coach Tom Osborne wants to win that first national championship. Now, Oklahoma, they started out at the beginning of this year, picked by many to win the Big Eight Conference. However, they stumbled early against Ohio State and Texas. They lost Marcus Dupree. And then that stunning shutout by Missouri. They're not going to any bowl, but they know one thing. If they win today, all will be forgotten. My broadcasting partner is Pat Hayden, but first, let's go to the field, the Nebraska Cornhuskers. The quiet resolve of Tom Osborne. His 11th year as coach of the Cornhuskers. They're going for their third straight Big 8 championship, and the Sooners now of Oklahoma. Let's introduce Pat again, my broadcasting partner. Pat, the word great is overused many times, but many people are saying that Nebraska is the greatest offensive team in the history of college football.
What about awesome? Homer Smith, UCLA's offensive coordinator, Gary, has said nobody in the history of college football has quite put the weaponry together the way Nebraska has this year. They can play power football, bloody your nose with Mike Rozier up the middle. Then they can run Turner Gill on the option play and pass the ball very effectively. Then they get mixed in a little bit of Irving Fryer from the wingback on inside reverses and traps. The combination of these make them very difficult to defend.
But Barry Switzer's most concerned about Irving Fryer. He says that's a big difference maker.
Well, the emergence of Irving Fryer has made this football team complete. When you think of Gill, Rozier, and Fryer, they've helped their team average 54 points a game. But the remarkable thing to me, Gary, is they have only attempted 3 field goals all season long.
And I might add, they made all 3 of them. Now, at the start of the year, the leading Heisman Trophy candidate was Marcus Dupree here at Oklahoma. He's left, but there is life after Dupree for Oklahoma.
Well, enter Earl Johnson and Spencer Tillman, the new tailbacks, and they played very, very well. But in the I formation, you need an effective passer. Danny Bradley is a wishbone quarterback. He was recruited as a wishbone quarterback, but he's only completed 42% of his passes this year. Today, the coaches feel that he needs to complete 60% for them to win.
This Nebraska offense is tough, but this defense for Oklahoma is the best in the Big 8. What it amounts to, it'll be the Nebraska offense against the Oklahoma defense. This is a classic.
Socks are shot, threads are thin, muffler's gone. Well, come on in. There's more for your life at Sears. Where else could you change your tires, take your aim, smooth out your ride, and catch the game? There's more for your life, for the times of your life. There's more for your life at Sears.
You know, the secret to a comfortable retirement is really no secret. You need a smart investment firm to help you get there.
And the best way to find that investment firm is to ask a lot of questions.
And Katie and I asked.
And the more we ask, the more good things we heard about one company, Dean Witter.
We heard about the quality of their financial advice and programs.
We heard they really listen, really care.
For us, Dean Witter was worth asking about.
Dean Witter, worth asking about.
Thanksgiving weekend and the big USA 1 year-end sales drive is on. Chevy dealers are out to sell 250,000 cars and trucks by year's end. With so many to sell, it's dealing time. And to make it easy to buy now, here's a first-time offer from Chevrolet. Take retail delivery now and make no monthly payment until March 1st with GMAC Finance. When you buy a new Chevette or Citation 2, or any new Blazer, pickup, Suburban, or El Camino, see your Chevy dealer now.
Some things speak for themselves.
From the campus of the University of Oklahoma in Norman, Oklahoma, it's the Nebraska Cornhuskers versus the Oklahoma Sooners. Sponsored by Chevrolet. America is on the move, and Chevrolet is supplying the wheels. Chevrolet and you taking charge. And by Sears, where you'll find great values. There's more for your life at Sears. Ready to go now, Scott Livingston, number 48, will kick off for Oklahoma. Oklahoma won the toss. They elected to receive. Buster Rhymes and Derek Shepard back for the Sooners. There'll be no return, and at the 20-yard line, Oklahoma will set it up. The officials for the game today, all from the Big 8 Conference. John McClintock. This crew, an excellent veteran crew in charge of a very important game, not only in the Big 8 Conference, but with national implications. From the 20, Danny Bradley will bring him up. We want to check one thing. We expect to see Spencer Tillman a lot at fullback. They open the game, however, with Jerome Ledbetter back there, along with Earl Johnson. In motion, Steve Sewell. This is Johnson. He'll pick up 6, 2nd and 4. Now let's take a look at the Oklahoma offense. First, the backs and the receivers.
We talked a little bit about quarterback Danny Bradley. His ability to convert on 3rd down is key here today to keep Nebraska's offense off the field.
Johnson, 259 yards the last time he played. He's a slashing runner.
And in the offensive line, center Chuck Thomas. He's all Big 8. He's their best offensive lineman.
2nd down and 4 for the Sooners. Bradley, heading off to Ledbetter, the fullback. He's very close to the 1st down. Mike Peeler, number 61, made the stop for the Nebraska defense. And speaking of the Cornhusker defense, let's look at him.
The defensive line, number 90, Scott Strasburger. He's a walk-on, had a big interception in last year's game.
Man you want to watch, number 44, Mike Knox. All Big 8, their leading tackler, as good as they've had at Nebraska.
Another all Big 8 performer in the defensive backfield is safety Brett Clark. He is their best defensive back.
3rd down, less than a yard. Going to be close. And Oklahoma has picked up the 1st down.
Gary, we heard Era Parsegian in the pregame show. It's important for Oklahoma's offense to come out early in the game and gain a couple of 1st downs to keep Nebraska's offensive team off the football field. And we have seen that here on 3 plays. They've run 3 successive downs and picked up their first down.
Here's the man trying to provide the leadership. Bradley out of Pine Bluff, Arkansas. You see how he has thrown the ball. They've thrown for more yardage this year than they have in a long time. But they're still kind of using it as a surprise and not as a weapon. 1st down. Bradley deflected, incomplete. And that's where possibly, Pat, that 5'10" height hurts Bradley.
You mentioned his height, but they want to do with Danny Bradley is sprint him out as they did there or roll him out to try to get him away from the rush of Nebraska. He had a trips formation. He had 3 receivers to his left side. The ball there is swatted away there by Mark Dahm, the linebacker. No chance for Danny Bradley to get the ball to his receiver. We mentioned that he has to have a very effective day throwing the football to beat this Nebraska team.
Buster Rhymes checks in. 2nd down, 10. Ledbetter. Johnson in the backfield for the Sooners. This is Johnson. Johnson spinning for a couple, and that's all. It's going to bring up 3rd down and 8. Mike Knox was over there. Barry Switzer, his 11th year as the coach at Oklahoma. 2 times he's won a national championship in 74 and 75. And Tom Osborne trying to win his 3rd straight undisputed Big 8 championship. He also came to the league 11 years ago. 3rd down, 9. Now Tillman is checked in, so they have Tillman and Johnson in the backfield. We expect to see a lot of that today. Shepard in motion. This is Tillman. Tillman with a 1st down. There's 3 penalty flags on the play. Spencer Tillman, the Big 8 newcomer of the year. Brilliant run, but let's see if it's coming back.
You said it's a brilliant run. Spencer Tillman, they said he reminds of a lot of Joe Washington. He can juke, he can jive, he can cut. You see him put a move there on number 2, Mike McCasham. There's the clip right there, 82, Paul Close, a wide receiver, flipped the Nebraska defenders. That's what the penalty was all about. Let's take another look. Watch the receiver, 82. Paul Close is going to come into your picture and hit somebody from behind on the clip right there. He clips Dave Burke, number 33, and there's Spencer Tillman taking advantage of that clip and cutting outside, but the official was there to make the call.
There were 3 officials. 3 flags were thrown.
Tipping on the offense. 3rd down.
Penalty now will move it all the way back. They had the line of scrimmage almost to the 50. It'll amount to a 3rd and 15 after the penalty. Sets it up at the 26.
3rd and 15. This is not Oklahoma's type of game.
And you can see Barry not pleased about that last development. They need some success early. In motion goes Shepard. Movement on the line. It looked like the man split to the bottom, fired off before the ball was snapped. That would have been Buster Rhymes. And some tempers flared.
Penalties have hurt Oklahoma all season long, Gary. They've had 82 coming into this football game. They've had 2 here today. They're 1 away from 8 record for most penalties in the season.
They picked up a couple in a hurry here, haven't they? The clip and now the illegal motion. And they're going backwards to the 21. Not what Barry Switzer had in mind.
Encroachment on the offense. Dead ball foul. Still 3rd down.
Barry Switzer said prior to the game, we don't want any dumb penalties. You call that a dumb one?
They've had a couple of them so far.
Line of scrimmage at the 21. Now 3rd and 20. Tillman, number 34, with Johnson in the backfield. Bradley gives to Tillman. He gets 2, maybe 3, and they're going to have to punt the football. So that Nebraska defense has done the job.
In years past, when Oklahoma ran the wishbone, Gary, they were very, very successful on possession downs, but they were successful because they got defenses in 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2 situations. Since they have gone to the I formation in the middle of last season, they faced a lot of situations like we just saw, and they have not been as good converting those.
Kicking the ball is Darren Ataya, a freshman out of Seminole, Oklahoma. They are really concerned about this return because Irving Fryer is back there. Fryer is going to let it hit. Takes an Oklahoma bounce. A very effective kick, though not very artistic. It'll be at the 33-yard line. The number 1 ranked offense in the country. Ball there after a 43-yard pin, and the Huskers have the football.
If you want it,
I like it.
if you really like it,
I really like it.
we can help you. We're GMAC.
We want it.
GMAC Financing.
GMAC has helped more people buy their new GM car or truck than anyone, with rates that make sense on models people want. All at your GM dealer.
If you really want it, we can help you get it. We're GMAC Financing.
We got it.
A breakthrough in computer price and performance from Radio Shack. The amazing TRS-80 Model 4. It's fast, easy to use, has a large display, and is compatible with thousands of programs. Compare the Model 4's price and built-in features to any other computer in its class, and you'll find that for power and versatility, the Model 4 offers you the most for your money. The TRS-80 Model 4, just $19.99, only at Radio Shack and Radio Shack Computer Centers, the computer experts.
Coming Monday and Tuesday.
Hello, boy.
It's Kenny Rogers, Linda Evans, and Bruce Boxleitner in The Gambler. The adventure continues.
From the 33, Nebraska with a football. Mike Rozier, he's got a 1st down. Each time he touches the football, he averages 8 yards. That time he went 13.
It's no surprise that Mike Rozier is going to carry the ball a lot today. You can see him in the I formation here over the left side. He gets a good block by Dean Steinkuhler, the All-American guard who was out in front of him. You see the way he burrows his head, breaks tackles. He has that explosion through tacklers, which separates him from just the good ones.
And does he play with confidence? Just across the 45. Here he comes again. Rozier. That's a 4-yard pickup. Hit that time by Keith Stanberry, number 19, the strong safety. And now let's take a look at this very, very powerful Nebraska offense.
At quarterback, number 12, Turner Gill, all Big 8. He is 19-0 in Big 8 starts, undefeated.
Mike Rozier. We asked him what he thought he did best. He said, I have outstanding instincts.
And Irving Fryer, number 27. Tom Osborne says he's the fastest college football player in America. And Dean Steinkuhler, he's the All-American guard. We just mentioned him, saw him pull out in front of Rozier.
Second down, 7. Mark Shalene, the fullback. Jackie Shipp making the tackle. The line of scrimmage will be the 45, about a yard short of the first down. Now defensively, let's look at Oklahoma.
They're in the defensive line, Ricky Bryan, the two-time All-American. He says our defense can play with anybody.
Number 39, Kevin Murphy. One poll had him the Big 8 Defensive Player of the Year. He's a difference maker.
The linebackers, Thomas Benson. Has tremendous speed. His hands are full with Rozier. And Scott Case at free safety. He is an all Big 8 player.
From the 45 now. Third down, less than a yard. Rozier's got that. Jackie Shipp, the all Big 8 performer. Number 49, a linebacker, over to make the stop for Oklahoma. Rozier impresses you so many ways, but Pat, what really impresses me is when he hits the line of scrimmage, he is hitting the line of scrimmage full tilt.
And he does, and he breaks tackles, like we say. He has speed. But the thing about Mike Rozier, I think what separates him is the way he carries himself. He's got tremendous confidence. He knows he's a good player.
This whole team's got that confidence. When you're number 1 in the country, why not? The pitch to Rozier. Rozier inside the 40 to the 37. Rick Bryan, number 80 over there. And Bryan said, we're going to have to get a lot of people on here.
So far, we've only seen one facet of Nebraska's offense. Early in the show, we said they could option you, they could throw the football, they can run reverses with Irving Fryer. But right now, they are bloodying Oklahoma's nose, running power football. Mike Rozier right up into the defensive line of Oklahoma.
Rick Bryan, one of 3 brothers on this Oklahoma team. 2nd and 6. Number 30 again, and Rozier close to another first down. Good blocking up front again. Jackie Shipp in on the tackle. Shipp out of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Rozier weigh about 210 pounds. As you look at Shipp, the pros really like him. And they like this guy, too. He might play somewhere.
10 straight 100-yard days.
And 3 straight 200-yard days. He's 28 yards already on 5 carries. On a 3rd and 1, Turner Gill. And Gill is so good on the option, has the first down. Stanberry on the tackle for OU.
Early in the game, all we've seen is power football out of Nebraska. But on 3rd and 1, you're going to see another part, the option game, Turner Gill. And this is what Barry Switzer was concerned about, the way that Turner Gill can find a way to beat you on 3rd downs.
Rozier now the all-time Big 8 rushing leader. He moved ahead of Terry Miller in this first series. Pitch back to him. And you can see how tough he is to bring down one-on-one. Kevin Murphy eventually drops him. Pick up a 4. It'll bring up 2nd and 6. Murphy, a junior. He's out of Plano, Texas, which has produced so many outstanding college players. Rozier from Camden, New Jersey. Shalene, Rozier behind this man in the backfield, Turner Gill. On a 2nd and 5, Rozier looking for a lane, and it wasn't there. Shipp made sure of that. Murphy also in on the tackle. Barry Switzer needs to hold him here, at least make him settle for a field goal. 3rd down and 3 coming up.
Well, as we mentioned, they don't kick many field goals. They've been very effective scoring touchdowns all season long.
Isn't that amazing? 3 field goals. They've hit all 3 of them. But Barry right now would like to hold on this 3rd down. Shane Swanson in motion. Rozier. Oklahoma fans feel they've held, and they have.
The left side of the offensive line of Nebraska. Nebraska in this first series have run almost exclusively to their left and make their point they're running away from Ricky Bryan. Here on a 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3 situation, they go once more to the left, but they're not going to make the first down. It's Thomas Benson there along with Jackie Shipp to put the stop on Rozier.
Well, the 4th field goal try of the year is coming up, a 32-yarder by Scott Livingston. He's a transfer from a California junior college, Cerritos, from Lakewood. His longest this year was 34. They're faking it. Pitch is up to the 5-yard line. Tim Brungart, a backup fullback. They faked it. They got it. First and goal.
We talked about the surprises that Tom Osborne always seems to put in. A little shovel pass right there to number 32, Brungart. Completely fooled the Oklahoma defenders as it fooled me. But again, Tom Osborne comes up with a surprise every Oklahoma-Nebraska game, doesn't he?
They just don't want to kick field goals. Wait a minute now. Oklahoma wants a timeout. They want to regroup. They've got to be a little stunned by that fake field goal. Turner Gill and company still have the football when we return. 7 minutes left in the first quarter.
11:05 p.m., the Hospital for Special Surgery, New York. And where are the surgeons? Watching television. Not just any television, a Sony with the remarkable Trinitron system for a picture that's critically focused, critically lifelike. Maybe that's why Sony won an Emmy for its picture, something no other TV could have done. Not if their life depended on it.
Chevrolet, taking charge.
When you buy a dependable Chevy Chevette, you'll find you can also afford some of the other good things in life. Like extra money for a growing family, or an honest-to-goodness vacation. Because Chevette's so dependable, 97% ever built are still going strong. So you can plan to own your Chevette for years and begin putting your money into something other than a car.
Chevrolet,
And you.
taking charge.
Because they're fun, high school activities attract millions of participants every year. But high school activities also educate, helping boys and girls develop physically, mentally, and emotionally. The National Federation of State High School Associations urges you to support these activities.
Even though Turner Gill's knee is on the ground here, you can throw a shovel pass as he did here. He cannot get up and run, but he can throw a shovel pass as he did right there to number 32, Tim Brungart, which surprised the Oklahoma team and gave Nebraska a big first down inside the 10-yard line.
Barry Switzer called timeout, and Pat, that might have been a good timeout because his team was really shaken. They thought they had him stopped and they were going to have to get the field goal. Instead, they faked it and now have first and goal at the 7. Shalene and Rozier in the backfield. Fake by Gill. That play just didn't develop prior to the intended receiver, but good pressure by Oklahoma. Turner Gill straightened up, and he had a man in his face, Darrell Goodlow. This will be the 13th play of this drive that started from the 33. That's interesting. Oklahoma has not given up the long drives.
Nebraska, on the other hand, has driven the ball the length of the field against just about everybody this entire football season.
They've shattered all those offensive marks. Second and goal. Shalene. Touchdown. From 7 yards away, his 8th touchdown of the year. Shalene is the guy who says, I have to play harder just to keep up with the Fryers and the Gills and the Rozier. 67-yard drive. Livingston to attempt the point after. And it's a little wobbly, but it's still good.
Gary, this was the same play that Nebraska used so successfully last year, Oklahoma game. They scored, their fullback scored twice last year on this play. Mark Shalene, a little trap right up the gut. It's the fear of Mike Rozier that Oklahoma's concerned about. They line him up in the I formation, and the linebackers respect him. But here's a quick little trap. You see Harry Grimminger, number 58, and there's nobody there, right into the end zone. Thomas Benson, the linebacker, had overrun it. But this drive of Oklahoma, we saw a little bit of everything. We saw the power. They bloodied Oklahoma's nose. We saw Turner Gill run the option play on a 3rd and 1 situation. We saw the trick play on a fake field goal situation. We saw Mark Shalene in the end zone for 6 points.
Holography. IBM is using it to speed you through supermarket lines. Inside this box is the innovative IBM checkout scanner. It uses holography to send out light beams that wrap around almost any package to quickly locate and read the barcode. The code identifies the product to a computer, which has the store's current price list. Holography. Another way IBM puts technology to work for you.
Kendall Motor Oil protects engines from friction. To prove how well, we plated ordinary piston rings with pure gold and ran them inside this engine for 5,000 miles. Kendall friction fighters are better than car makers demand. But can Kendall protect even soft gold? Look, no visible wear. That's protection. Friction-fighting Kendall Motor Oil for protection worth its weight in gold.
Next Saturday, two teams headed for bowls collide. Greg Allen leads Florida State against Wayne Peace in Florida. NCAA football next Saturday on CBS Sports. There he is, Mark Shalene, one of the many walk-ons here at Nebraska with a 7-yard touchdown run, and the top-ranked team in the country has the lead. Livingston will kick off for the Huskers. Buster Rhymes and Derek Shepard back for OU. Knuckleball. It's a very effective kick, however. Shepard gets it. And he gets it out, still fighting his way to the 23-yard line. Looking ahead tomorrow, the NFL on CBS will be a doubleheader day. In the first game, many of you will see the 49ers, who are tied for the NFC West, against the Bears, and then the feature doubleheader game, the Packers against the Falcons. These games plus other regional action all starting with the NFL today, and it's getting down to some real important struggles in the National Football League.
Boy, San Francisco sure is fun to watch. They can really throw the football.
Bill Walsh and that innovative offense. Here we are now at the 23.5-yard line. Oklahoma trailing 7-0. In motion, Johnson. This is Johnson with the ball, and he goes for 5. Neil Harris, number 11, the cornerback, out of Kansas City, Missouri, making the stop. And Johnson's a slashing runner, and that was very evident there.
A straight line runner. He had 259 yards 2 weeks ago against Colorado.
He just keeps coming at you. There he is out of Dallas. He went to Jefferson High School. And he, along with Tillman, has a double-team job of fill the shoes of Marcus Dupree.
1,600 yards between them.
Second down, along 3. Up the middle, Ledbetter. And Ledbetter appears to have and does have the first down. Ledbetter's been hurt all year long. He's out of Muskogee. They could just keep him healthy, probably would have had a little more playing time. That may be some of the success, Pat, that Oklahoma needs. That first down, get a little field position.
But it's key for them is on first down. We saw on first down a little earlier, Earl Johnson picked up 6 yards. That's what Oklahoma has to do. They are not a 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7 team. They just don't have the strong right arm to be able to convert those third downs.
From the 35, first down. In motion is Sewell. Gives to Johnson. Johnson knocked down, and I mean in a hurry, at the 38 by Mark Dahm, number 51, a big, rangy junior out of Dix, Nebraska, one of the many players out of Nebraska that played 8-man football in high school.
One of the battles we're going to watch today is center Chuck Thomas and the nose guard from Nebraska. It's going to be an interesting matchup. Here you get a good look at number 52 is Ken Graber, the nose guard. The nose man, his job is to anchor the middle there, to keep the blockers off the linebackers, to allow Mike Knox and Mark Dahm, Nebraska's linebackers, to make the tackles.
On a 2nd and 8, Bradley opens Rhymes. Buster Rhymes. First down. 25-yard completion. Brett Clark on the tackle.
Barry Switzer calls Buster Rhymes a pure athlete, nothing but athletic skill. And you're going to see Danny Bradley on a sprint out, get outside the containment, a big cushion there for Buster Rhymes. He has outstanding speed, as the Nebraska defense respects it, and that's how Buster Rhymes caught it in front of him.
Well, George Buster Rhymes has had to battle back into the good graces of his coach, Barry Switzer. He was disciplined, then he got academically in difficulty. Now back as the split end.
He catches balls like that, he's going to keep very, very happy.
Yes, he will. On a first down, Earl Johnson runs into Ken Graber, number 52. And Chuck McBride, the defensive coordinator for Nebraska, said that
Graber doesn't know second gear. He said he beats up on our people in practice.
They say he's nuts, but here he is against the center. He lost battle 1 to Chuck Thomas. We saw just a play ago, but here Ken Graber, round 2, goes to Graber. As you see, a fight off the block of Chuck Thomas right there, and he puts the stop on the Oklahoma team. Good play by Ken Graber.
Graber out of Minneapolis, seeing his dad showed up in Lincoln, wanted to play football. Another walk-on. They make it an honor to be a walk-on at Nebraska. Second down, 8. Johnson, and now Tillman is in the backfield. Mishandled snap. Bradley back there. He's got it.
We've seen this fumble here of Oklahoma seem to be so characteristic of Oklahoma through the 70s and the 80s, actually. They fumbled. That was actually the 38th fumble this year.
But a lot of that, Pat, was because they were in that wishbone so much, which is a high-risk offense. They have cut them down lately, but that was not one of the times. It's now 3rd and 15.
Well, you shouldn't have as many in the I formation.
Line of scrimmage now at the 47 of Nebraska. Rhymes, Shepard will be split out on this play. Johnson, Tillman in the backfield. That's Shepard in motion. Bradley, real trouble. Scott Strasburger, number 90, eventually caught up with him. The all Big 8 academic performer who's in pre-med, and he just wouldn't let him get the corner turn.
And there's also very good pass coverage as we're going to look at Nebraska's pass coverage. Here you're going to see there was nowhere for Danny Bradley to throw the football. Good coverage. This Nebraska team has been maligned. Defensive team has been maligned. But Bradley had no receiver open there, and Strasburger put the stop on Bradley so he couldn't run it. That's very good defense.
You know, they're maligned, but, Pat, they really haven't been tested that much this year. They've been beating up on teams, and it's been hard to know how good they are. Ataya will now punt for Oklahoma. Fryer back deep for the Huskers. Oh, what is that? Was it partially blocked, or did he just miss it? The ball is rolling, and it's going to go inside the 20-yard line. It becomes an effective kick, but a shaky kick at the start, a 32-yard punt for Ataya. Boy, Texas, they're on their way to the Cotton Bowl, and what a lift that's got to get them, winning in College Station.
They were down 10-0, really came back.
Georgia had a real struggle with Georgia Tech, but you know what that means? Those dogs, those junkyard dogs of Georgia.
How about them dogs? We're going to see them.
Yes, sir. They're going to be in Dallas, and so CBS, and that's going to be quite a matchup. Tell you what, you better tie on your helmet that day, huh?
There are two teams can play some defense now, I'm telling you.
From the 20, Nebraska with a 7-0 lead. Shalene Rozier in the backfield. And here comes the Heisman Trophy candidate for a couple. Mike Rozier. Everybody figures he's going to win the Heisman. That might be one of the big scoops of all time if he does not get it. Kevin Murphy made the stop on him.
Well, he was strutting around Lincoln the other day like he expected to win the Heisman. A very, very confident young man, and rightfully so.
Confident but not cocky. There was a difference about that attitude. It was like, hey, I know I can do it, but I'm not going to brag about it.
He can really carry himself like a winner.
2nd and 8. Fryer in motion. Here he comes again, and he's going to change direction, and he's not going to get away. That was an excellent play by Jim Rockford, number 2 out of Springfield, Illinois. It'll bring up 3rd and 9 now for Nebraska.
Nebraska has just about run every play to its left over Mark Benning and Harry Grimminger and pulling Dean Steinkuhler. But the point to be made is they're running away from Rick Bryan. That's the kind of respect they have for Bryan. I met Rick Bryan yesterday, and I'm telling you, he was ready to play 48 hours ago. I hope he didn't lose that, and evidently he hasn't. Intense. 3rd and 9. Gill to throw. Being chased out of there. Bryan after him. Incomplete, almost complete to Fryer. And Fryer really took a hit. Scott Case was back there. He leads them in interceptions. And the Oklahoma defense contained Gill on 3rd down. And that's what Barry Switzer thought they had to do. But you're going to see another impromptu play by Turner Gill, which makes him so difficult to defend. He decides to scramble to the right. He picks up a couple of blocks and then tries to get the ball to Fryer, and he is going to take a big hit. Jim Rockford, who was on the play earlier, gave him a hit, and then Scott Case, number 10, came over and greeted him as well. Well, this will only be the 33rd punt of the year for Nebraska. The punter is superfluous for Nebraska. And going back will be Shepard, freshman out of Odessa, Texas.
This year, Livingston averaging 41-4. That's the 11th best in the nation in net punting. Just hadn't had that many opportunities. He hit it well. Shepard from the 34. And he'll make it to the 41. Boy, what coverage by Nebraska. 46-yard punt that time. 7-yard return. They're starting to get riled up here in Norman. This is the Snake Pit, Owen Field.
You are looking at live music as seen through a computer. The computer can freeze an instant of the music and mark it. Now, a Memorex High Bias 2 recording of the same music. Compare Memorex to live. You will not hear true reproduction on any high bias cassette, or we'll replace it free. Is it live, or is it Memorex?
Remember, Memorex makes a great gift. Play after play.
Welcome to today's Quality Audit Review.
Every morning, special teams of General Motors people meet to talk about the cars they built the day before. They're called quality audit teams, and their involvement has given GM a better way to deliver the quality you want.
We've got a fine car here. Great job, folks.
When they're through, they take their knowledge back to the line. Nobody sweats the details like GM.
Oklahoma able to hold defensively with the punt. They have it now at the 41-yard line. Nebraska's been on the field a lot this year defensively.
And that's the reason they've given up some points and taken some criticism. They have been on the field 8 games out of 11 more than the offense because the offense has scored so much. They've been had to protect leads, and that's why they've given up some points and they've received some criticism.
Give to Earl Johnson. Johnson will pick up 4 yards. Wade Priner and Mike Keeler combining on the stop for Nebraska. That's the time remaining in the first quarter. Chuck McBride, the defensive coordinator, said that this defense of Nebraska has great heart. He says, we may not have the most outstanding athletes, but they'll keep coming at you. Got a lot of respect for this man, Tom Osborne. He's been kind of a low-profile man. He replaced the legendary Bob Devaney, who won a couple of national championships, and he'd like to get his first. Second and 8. Tillman to the 35. 22-yard run.
We told you that both Earl Johnson and Spencer Tillman were going to play in the same backfield, and that's just what happened here. Spencer Tillman from the fullback position, a quick hitter. He is just too quick. The linebackers were looking for Earl Johnson, who had gone in motion. But watch the block on the nose guard, number 64, Mike Tranmore. He is taken out of the play by Eric Pope, number 63, that really cleared the way for Spencer Tillman.
Spencer Tillman, the #1 prospect in the state of Oklahoma a year ago. Now with the ball again, he's got an alley. He's got another first down. Mike Knox on the stop. Give him 12 yards. And in 2 plays, Oklahoma now is at the 23 of Nebraska. Very articulate young man. Tillman majoring in radio and television.
Probably have my job in a couple of years.
Out of Tulsa, Edison High School. 46 yards on 4 carries. Ledbetter, Johnson now in the backfield. Tillman out of there. Here's Johnson. He'll get to the 20. Mike Cramner, the man we isolated on a while ago, the nose guard out of Craig, Nebraska, made the stop, and we have come to the end of this first quarter. The battle for the national championship. Right now, Nebraska leading it 7-0 here in Owen Field in Norman.
Now there's a remarkable new telephone system that has the capacity to grow as a town grows, no matter how much it grows. And its lifespan is virtually limitless. Because, you see, it has the extraordinary ability to incorporate new technological advancements as they come about.
G.
No, GTE.
This is Mr.
Mr. Goodwrench. Did you know the spark plugs in your GM car or truck make 8,000 explosions a minute? And each explosion depends on an exact amount of gasoline and air to make your car or truck perform right. So to make sure all those explosions happen precisely, get a professional tune-up by Mr. Goodwrench. We have quality GM parts, equipment, and training available.
It's another of Mr. Goodwrench's good ways.
To keep that great GM feeling with genuine GM parts.
The human hand. It's not flat, it's curved. And now finally, there's a glove built around it. Finally, from Wells Lamont, Grips. The only all-purpose leather glove with a patented pre-curved design for a comfortable grip that just won't give. Grips from Wells Lamont.
Look for Wells Lamont gloves at the sign of the mule.
A cargo plane was flying at 18,000 feet when the door opened and a 400-pound spinet piano disembarked. Mr. and Mrs. Weniger were deep in sleep when the spinet made an unauthorized landing. Fortunately, they had Century Plane Talk homeowners insurance, which clearly stated they were protected from fire, theft, storms, and flying pianos. If you own a home, call Century, where all's well, even when all isn't.
Gary Bender along with Pat Hayden as we enter quarter number 2. Oklahoma has a 2nd down 7 at the Nebraska 20. The Cornhuskers scored early on the touchdown run by Mark Shalene. In motion, Steve Sewell. Faked by Bradley. Did not fool Nebraska. Rob Stuckey, 75. Mike McCashlin were there. And Bradley really paid for that one. Let's look at the first quarter statistically.
Well, we thought that Nebraska would have an advantage in the passing game, but you see they had completed no passes in the first quarter. Oklahoma had the one big catch by Buster Rhymes. Average yards on first down, Nebraska 4.8. They were averaging 7.4 coming into today's game.
3rd down 7 now for Oklahoma. Ledbetter and Johnson to the backfield. Bradley on a sprint out. Wide open. That was Johnson. He couldn't have been more open at the 15-yard line. He had enough room there to pick up the first down.
This is the problem that Oklahoma has had all year, converting on 3rd and 7 situations. As you said, Earl Johnson was open. Had he caught it, he would have certainly had a first down, perhaps a touchdown. But Danny Bradley has not been able to find a way to complete those kind of passes to keep drives alive.
Tim Lasher, number 31, a freshman out of Plano, Texas, who's hit 6 of 11 field goals, will attempt a 37-yarder. Lasher with enough distance and enough height, but it's no good. It's wide right. And so Oklahoma misses a golden opportunity. Barry Switzer said coming into this game, he thought they might have to score 30 points to win. Right now, they're still not on the scoreboard with 14:21 left in the first half. Nebraska will have it from the 20. Shalene Rozier in the backfield. Here is Shalene, and Shalene will get 2, maybe 3 yards. Kevin Murphy again on the stop. Rick Bryan told me, he said, we're going to chase them all over this place if we have to, but one thing we're not going to do is budge up front. And Bryan has not budged thus far.
They say about Rick Bryan that he's the most consistent player they've had here since Leroy Selman.
All-time tackling leader for the Sooners, and they've had some good ones, like Lucius Selman, for instance. On a 2nd down, pitch back, and Rozier will make it just short of the 30-yard line. It's going to be short of the first down. It'll be 3rd and 1. Mike Rozier.
Watch Nebraska go into the short side of the field, Gary. Most college teams use the wide side of the field. Nebraska is not afraid to run the ball into the short side of the field. That has been their history. We see phase 2 of Nebraska's offense, too. That was the first option play. We've seen Turner Gill pitch the ball to Mike Rozier.
Shalene Rozier in the backfield. I started to say Rozier feels he's better as the game goes on. He gets stronger, and there's Turner Gill trying to sneak it. His initial thrust was really thwarted, but then maybe the second effort got him there. It did. He was really popped up there.
He got knocked back by somebody.
Bob Slater. There he is. Bob Slater was the guy that popped him.
Watch the thrust of number 68, Bob Slater, as he Turner-Gill is, again, just trying to convert on a 3rd and 1, but you're going to see right there, actually it's 49, Jackie Schiff, who comes in and puts the stop on Turner-Gill, but not before he had the first down. Big hit.
But it's still a first down at the 31 now for the Cornhuskers. In motion is Fryer. Up the middle, Celine, and some popping going on up there. That's the second straight time they have hit in there and have been hit back. There's Brian. Brian at 6'4", 260. Danny Wilson, who's same as the starter for this team, number 98, also in on the tackle. He's going off. He, along with Slater, alternate at that defensive tackle spot. It'll be 2nd down 8, and we have a man shaken up. Dwight Drain has been injured for Oklahoma, so the officials stop the clock, and there's Drain, senior out of Miami. He's very physical, and this time he comes away the worse for wear. The line of scrimmage, the 33. Nebraska thus far has thrown only 2 passes. They've been on the ground 18 times. Inside handoff to Rozier, and Rozier will get out to the 39-yard line.
We talked about
Stanberry on the step for Oklahoma.
Excuse me, Gary. We've seen Mike Rozier run power football. Now you're going to see him on the wing running an inside trap, following Mark Benning, the guard, and the tackle inside. Picks up a couple of big yards, good blocks, but another way they can use Mike Rozier on an inside reverse trap.
He can do it all, and it's 3rd and 2 now from the 39. Swanson in motion, number 17. Gill. Intended receiver was Rozier. He thought he was interfered with. That was Sonny Brown, number 8 for Oklahoma over there defending. They're going to have to punt the football.
One more way that Mike Rozier can try to hurt you is by receiving the football. He is a very good receiver, but Sonny Brown is equal to the task here. The defensive back that has him very well covered. There's no way Mike Rozier can catch that ball.
Now this will be the first punt of the day into the wind as you look again. Brown has an interception this year for Oklahoma, but kicking into the wind this time will be Livingston. He kicked to the wind 46 yards. He's in trouble, but he got away with it. Crazy spiraling kick, and it's going to come out to the 35-yard line. Good job that time by Livingston. He was in real trouble. He averted the rush, still got away, a 26-yard punt. It's tense here in Norman.
Chevy Trucks is taking charge. Are you tough enough to make it with the U.S. Army? Chevy Trucks are. The Army contracted for 53,000 tough, full-size Chevy pickups and Blazers. These rugged four-wheel drives are regular production vehicles powered by the proven 6.2-liter diesel V8. Need a truck as tough as the U.S. Army's? Just sign up at your Chevy dealers today. Chevy Trucks is taking charge.
Coors to you, the clean of it. Coors to you, the fresh of it. Coors to you, the best of it. The best of the Rockies is yours.
The clean of the Rockies, the fresh of the Rockies. Brewed the Coors way, natural and pure.
Coors to you, the clean of it. All night through, the fresh of it. Rocky Mountain Gold, you got it. The best of the Rockies is yours.
There's great postseason college football action upcoming on CBS Sports. Southwest Conference champion Texas battles Georgia in the Cotton Bowl. SMU takes on Alabama in the Sun Bowl. And North Carolina and Florida State square off in the Peach Bowl. Plus the Blue-Gray and the East-West Shrine games. All here in the coming weeks on CBS Sports.
Oklahoma playing the top-ranked team in the country very, very well. They trail 7-0. Look at the play selection thus far.
17 rushes, 3 passes, and Danny Bradley missing that one pass where he had Earl Johnson open.
This time, Buster Rhymes. He got it. the athletic ability of Buster Rhymes.
Danny Bradley did not miss Buster Rhymes this time. You said the athletic ability. He is a pure athlete, 6'4", 250 pounds. He can jump and he can run. Watch this catch, the tremendous concentration. That's what it takes. The ball bounces up in the air, but he never lost sight of the football. A big game, big catch.
Dave Burke covered him pretty well, but not well enough. Pick up on the play of 34 yards. Trying to set up their running game, and Earl Johnson is whacked down by Mike Knox, number 44.
Just in case you don't think they're hitting, take a look at this one. Hello.
Mike Knox, he's intense, from Castle Rock, Colorado.
The day after.
Inside the 30 now. Second down, 8 for Oklahoma. In motion, Johnson. This is Johnson with the ball. And he's not going to go anywhere. Bill Weber was there first, 87. And then Dave Burke filled, number 33. Bill Weber, an all Big 8 academic selection. They're going to lose yardage on that play. Outside the 30, it'll bring up third down 9. Weber, a Lincoln native. Played at Southeast High School. He was a prep athlete of the year his senior year in the state of Nebraska.
Average yard to go on third down, 10.1. We mentioned that is not Oklahoma's type of game. They cannot win with those kind of statistics.
And they have a third and 9 now. Ledbetter, Tillman in the backfield. Tillman in motion. Bradley sprinting that way. Broken up beautifully. That is Harris, number 11, who stepped inside. Paul Cluis, number 82, the intended receiver. Neil Harris has been hurt some this year. He was the starting cornerback, then lost his job to Todd Fisher for some time.
He did not look here, because you're going to see number 11, Neil Harris, the defensive corner, just drive on this ball, steps right in front of Paul Cluis, beautifully bats the ball away without interfering with Cluis. That's how defensive backs are supposed to play.
Tim Lasher, who missed a 37-yarder, will attempt a 47-yard field goal this time. Again, he's got enough distance, and this time it's no good. He's missed them both. And Oklahoma has come away dry on 2 opportunities. They trailed 7-0, 9:43 left in this first half. The Huskers trying to win their national championship.
When you run a small business, problems can leave you groping in the dark.
You couldn't sleep either, huh?
Unless you have a reliable guide like the Texas Instruments Professional Computer. Its easy-to-use keyboard, sharp, clear graphics, and hundreds of software programs will give you fast, reliable solutions today and tomorrow.
Mike, I've got it.
The Texas Instruments Professional Computer for reliable solutions today and tomorrow.
To some, the breakup of AT&T is a shattering event. But Merrill Lynch know-how can make it your lucky break. Our top-ranked research team studied AT&T from top to bottom. We can help you make the right move. Manage 8 stocks, keep some, sell some, or move into our special AT&T stock fund. Now that opportunity is knocking, take advantage of a real break. Call Merrill Lynch, a breed apart.
NCAA football, competitive excitement at all levels. The same thrills can be enjoyed in Division II and Division III as you've come to expect in Divisions 1A and 1AA. Join the colorful traditions at over 100 Division II and nearly 200 Division III NCAA colleges that sponsor football. You'll be glad you did.
Well, Oklahoma's missed 2 field goals, and Pat, that's got to really be maddening if you're Barry Switzer and the Sooners.
Well, the game could very easily be 7-6.
You can't let the #1 team in the country get away like that. Nebraska from the 30-yard line. Turner Gill to throw. He's in trouble and dropped by Danny Wilson. Wilson out of Sherman, Texas.
Turner Gill wanted to go for it all here. You see the play-action fake to Rozier. They had set this up earlier. But Danny Wilson, number 98, was not fooled. He never even looked at Rozier, was all over Gill, came up with a big defensive play. That's what Oklahoma needs from its defense to give its offense a chance.
That's a 14-yard loss to the 17-yard line. Tom Rathman, the fullback, number 26, is in there. Double wing alignment this time. They're going to reverse it to Fryer. Fryer to the 25, the 30, 35. He's going to be short of the first down. Out to the 36. Scott Case eventually caught him.
This Nebraska offense has so many different talents, and Tom Osborne knows how to use them all. We've seen Mike Rozier run power football. We've seen Turner Gill run options. And here's the third of the triplets, Irving Fryer on a reverse. He's rushed 23 times this year. He's averaged over 14 yards a carry. And here's why you give the ball to Irving Fryer. He can do so many things for you.
He got 21 yards back. Third down, still about 6 yards to go. Gill delivers, and that will be enough for the first down. Ricky Simmons with the first down catch. Jim Rockford on the tackle, and Turner Gill had something on that one.
And Nebraska's changing its game plan a little bit. We saw in the first quarter how they bloodied Oklahoma's nose, came after them with power football. This quarter, we've seen a little bit of option plays. We've seen some reverses, and there we saw a pass to Ricky Simmons.
Turner Gill, an outstanding baseball shortstop, showing the live arm that he has. On a first down, that ball almost bobbled by Rozier. He got control of it, picked up a yard. Kevin Murphy on the stop. Coming into this game, Oklahoma, I should say Nebraska, was a plus 15 in the turnover margin.
Well, let's take a look again at Mike Rozier in the fumble. This is interesting, the way that Nebraska runs its pitch play. Normally, the quarterback will go back and hand the ball off to the tailback deep. Nebraska pitches the ball to Mike Rozier deep in the backfield. He has to take the time to look at the ball rather than looking at the defense, and sometimes it causes some problems.
You can see he's well below his seasonal average in carries. There was Tom Rathman, and Rathman has a first down to the 45 of Oklahoma. Keith Stanberry made the stop, a 10-yard run by Rathman, a sophomore out of Grand Island, Nebraska. That moves the chains. Don't hear a lot about Rathman, but you're going to hear a lot about him in the next 2 years. First down, just short of the 45. Gill gives off to Rozier. Rozier bounces inside the 45 to the 42. Jackie Shipp, Rick Bryan making the stop for Oklahoma. And Oklahoma's defense has been on the field a lot in the second quarter of play.
Let's take a look at All-American Rick Bryan, number 80. You're going to see him fight off the block of Scott Raritan, number 72. Right there, he fights off the block of the fullback Rathman, bounces back into the play, helps his teammates out on Rozier. A full effort player, plays hard on every down.
This Nebraska offensive line had only one starter back, Steinkuhler, but they haven't missed a beat from a year ago.
He's a good man to have back.
Rozier goes in motion. Turner Gill to Fryer. Fryer's got the corner inside the 35 to the 32, and that'll be another Cornhusker first down. 10-yard pickup. Stanberry, the strong safety, making the tackle.
You have to really enjoy the diversity of this Nebraska offense, though. They do so many things at you. They take advantage of all their weapons. And give Tom Osborne some credit for having this team play as a team when he has so many weapons, and he gets the most out of all of his personnel.
Now, Nebraska, you can see they've really had some operating room this season. 7.4 yards on first down. You can do a lot of things on second and third down when you get that kind of yardage. But today, it's not been that case at all. First down from the 32. Gill, and nobody really open. Fryer, the intended receiver. Rockford defending. Here's the man that they say plays with so much confidence, and all the players, Rozier, Fryer said, he is the leader. Man down now for Oklahoma. That's 39, Kevin Murphy. They can ill afford to lose him. What a fine player he is. We have a break right now at Owen Field with 6:40 to go in this first half. Nebraska leading Oklahoma 7-0. Stay with us. We'll be back with more.
At San Francisco's elegant Fairmont Hotel, the wine is ordered. It is approved in Los Angeles at La Scala and enjoyed in New York at Francis Tavern Restaurant. These restaurants are among the best in America. Their wines among the best in the world. And among the wines served at these and other of America's finest restaurants, The award-winning wines of Ernest and Julio Gallo. From Ernest and Julio Gallo, all the best.
Do you have enough homeowners insurance to keep up with building costs? Do you have enough auto liability to pay for a serious accident today? I'm Doyle Olson, a State Farm agent from St. Charles, Illinois. State Farm agents around the country are offering a free family insurance checkup. We'll show you where you stand on your auto, home, life, and health insurance and leave the decisions to you. If you have any questions on your family insurance, see a State Farm agent now.
And like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
One of college basketball's great rivalries is renewed as Bobby Knight leads the Indiana Hoosiers against Joe Hall's heavily favored Kentucky Wildcats next Saturday on CBS Sports.
When you think of Nebraska, you think of offense, but don't forget the defense. Mike Knox, Dave Burke, they got some pride. 2nd and 10 now for Nebraska. Murphy off the field. John Truitt replaced him. Turner Gill on a quarterback draw to the 31-yard line. Rick Ryan is there again. You can see why he's the all-time leading tackler. He's been all over the place.
As we look at the play selection, Gary, Nebraska early on in the first quarter had some success running Rozier off tackle. Here in the second quarter, we've seen Turner Gill throw the ball, run a little bit more option. The reason they've done that really is to make Oklahoma defend all of their weapons. And let's face it, too, Oklahoma's strength defensively is right up there in the front with Ricky Bryan and Slater.
It's starting to rain, as you can see. The rain gear, the foul weather gear starting to break out. 3rd down now, 9 yards to go. Gill. And the attempt that time by Scott Kimball, a junior, but just a little too tall.
3rd and 9. Turner Gill has been very good on 3rd downs all season long. In last year's game against Oklahoma, he converted 8 of 11 3rd downs. But here, a little too much. He's trying to get the ball to Scott Kimball, number 88. Well covered there by Jim Rockford, number 2, who's had a very good first half. Out of the reach of Scott Kimball.
Well, they're going to go for it on 4th down. You got a strong wind they're going into, so they would be completely a folly to try to kick a field goal. And Gill is going to go for it on 4th and 9. Back to the same play, and this time Fryer can't come up with it.
You see the smile on Irving Fryer's face as he turned around there. He thought he could have had this ball. You're right, Gary, it was the exact same play. The play action fake to Mike Rozier to hold the linebackers. Turner Gill is going for it all on 4th and 9. This time to Irving Fryer. The ball is out in front of him just by inches, and it is a game of inches.
You know, Oklahoma now needs some success offensively. You've got to give their defense all the credit in the world. They've held Nebraska to 7 points. 5:56 left in this first half. Now the offense needs some success. From the 31, Tillman. Tillman getting some success that way. Out for about an 8-yard pickup on the play. Boy, is he quick. Brad Smith, 81, made the stop. He has 54 yards. Well, next Saturday, we've got an outstanding afternoon, starting with Florida State and Florida, 12 o'clock Eastern. And Florida State, Greg Allen, the All-American running back. Boy, when he gets in the open field, look out. And they have an interstate rivalry against Florida. And what an exciting thing that's going to be. And then one of basketball's outstanding rivalries, Bobby Knight's Indiana Hoosiers against Joe B. Hall's Kentucky Wildcats. 2nd down and 2, and Oklahoma very close to the 1st down. Earl Johnson carrying. Strasburger made the stop, but the Sooners have the 1st down. Oklahoma line, if you look at it, Pat, has not been up to expectations. They have Thomas, who's their best man at center. They haven't had the year they'd like to have had out of Paul Parker to guard. They've had to play a freshman at one of the guards.
And when you remember, too, in the I formation, the offensive line is more critical. They have to hold their blocks a little bit longer than they would in the wishbone formation, which they ran a year ago.
1st down at the 42. 7-0, Nebraska. Bradley. Complete to Shepard. 1st down, Oklahoma.
This is the kind of success that Danny Bradley needs to have here today. We talked about the 60% completion rate. Again, the fake to Earl Johnson. He's been successful running the football. The play action fakes, hold some people, allows Derek Shepard to run an out pattern. A big cushion there given by the Nebraska defense allowed Shepard to catch the ball for the first down.
17-yard pickup. Shepard, who had two brothers that played at Oklahoma, Woody and Darrell, and that time the first down catch. Tillman inside the 40. A lot of congestion up front that time. Oklahoma twice has had field goal opportunities. They've missed them both. They trail 7-0. They need to get on the scoreboard with 4:24 left in the first half.
There's a look at Danny Bradley, 3 of 6. That's 50%, of course. It was 42% coming in. He is going to have to be successful on these 3rd and 6 and 7 Garys to keep drives alive, to give this Oklahoma offense a chance, and also really to keep the Nebraska offense off the field.
Oklahoma asked for the timeout. That leaves them with only 1 remaining in the first half. We'll take a timeout, but we'll be back.
Los Angeles, California, first place.
Winner is Chablis number 3.
Sacramento, California, Silver Award.
Year after year, wine tastings are held across the country.
Chicago, Illinois, Gold Medal.
And year after year, one wine continues to appear at the top of the list.
Warwick, Rhode Island, first place.
The white wine judged best in tasting after tasting.
Washington, D.C., first place.
The Chablis Blanc of Ernest and Julio Gallo. From Ernest and Julio Gallo, all the best.
Thanksgiving weekend and the big USA 1 year-end sales drive is on. Chevy dealers are out to sell 250,000 cars and trucks by year's end. With so many to sell, it's dealing time. There's another reason to see your Chevy dealer. You can save up to $375 on a specially equipped Cavalier Type 10 or $330 on a new Celebrity. And for the first time ever from Chevrolet, take retail delivery now on any of these selected models only and make no monthly payment until March 1st with GMAC financing. See your Chevy dealer now.
Well, the weatherman promised we'd have rain, and he didn't disappoint us. I just assumed he'd been wrong, though. It is raining pretty good now. 2nd down, 8. Oklahoma asking for the timeout. They have 1 left inside the 40 of Nebraska. Tillman. Tillman may go. Touchdown. Did during that timeout, but whatever they called was the right play, wasn't it, Pat?
Spencer Tillman, he can really motor, awfully quick.
39-yard touchdown run. He already has 95 yards for the day. Lasher, point after attempt coming up. He's tied it up. And so the rain falls, but I don't think Oklahoma even notices right now.
It did not bother Spencer Tillman. The speed and the quickness of Spencer Tillman, he goes through there like a shot. There's nobody really touching him there in the middle of the defense, and that's where the heart of the defense should be. Picks up a nice block downfield. Excellent speed, the freshman, Spencer Tillman. Let's look at the block on the nose guard, the center, Chuck Thomas. We saw the big opening that Tillman had, but watch Chuck Thomas right there. Come up and get the nice block help from Eric Polk, number 63 there. That created the hole for Spencer Tillman. This is the result. Nobody there.
That's what Nebraska feared, rather. It was that quick hitter up the middle. They said they'll keep hammering at you, and all of a sudden the lane opens, and that's what Tillman did. He went 39 yards.
You look at the history of this Oklahoma offense, their fullback position, and with the quick hitters, as we just saw Spencer Tillman run, that has been the bread and butter of their offense. The quick hitter, nobody's there, you overreact, and he's by you before you can even think about it.
Well, Spencer Tillman just this week was voted the Big 8 Newcomer of the Year, and he justified that vote with that brilliant run. Now it's all even. Pryor, Rozier will go back for this kickoff.
We said the Oklahoma offense had to respond and help the defense out. They certainly did.
The crowd really into this game now. They're forgetting about the rain, and all eyes right now on the field here at Owen Field. As we said, Oklahoma needed some success, and Pat, they have some now.
Oklahoma's defense is playing well enough for them to win this football game.
That was their 16th touchdown of 30 yards or more. That shows you how explosive the Sooners can be. Line drive kick. Rozier. He's got an alley. He's going to bring it out to the 40-yard line. You know, a lot of teams would not put their #1 running back for kickoffs, but Tom Osborne doesn't think that way. He wants his best athletes there.
And he's going to take advantage of everybody's talents, and one of those talents is putting Mike Rozier back there to return kickoffs. Picks a nice little hole, has very good vision, sees the entire football field, which all good tailbacks do, and that's the result.
And as an end result, they're out at the 40-yard line. 3:56 left in the first half. Murphy is back in, by the way, for Oklahoma after being shaken up earlier. Toss back to Rozier. He'll go for 5. Scott Case coming up. Jackie Shipp also assisting on the tackle. Shipp has made a handful of tackles in this first half.
Once more, we see Nebraska run to the short side of the football field. The ball is on the hash. They run into the sideline. Most college teams don't do that.
By the way, on that last carry, Rozier went over 2,000 yards for the year. 2002. He has 59 for the day.
First in the history of the Big Eight.
That's right. On the 46-yard line, Gill gives to Shalene, the fullback. Rick Bryan met him, and that was the end of that issue. Third down coming up. 3rd and 2.
The longer that this Oklahoma team can stay with Nebraska, the better opportunity they have of winning. This Oklahoma defense is going to rise to the occasion. They're playing on their home field. They have less to lose than this Nebraska team. They're out there playing their hearts out, and this offense has responded here in the first half as well.
3rd down 2 for Nebraska. Swanson in motion, and we have a mix-up. Looked like somebody crossed the line of scrimmage before the ball was snapped. A little talking going on down there. Dean Steinkühler protecting Rozier, his bread and butter man, the franchise guy. And now things have quieted down. It's offside against Oklahoma.
It's a cheap first down.
That's right. They had 3rd and 2, so that would give them the first down. Penalties in this game. Oklahoma continuing to have some problems in that area. That, what, their 3rd one?
That's their 3rd penalty, and actually that sets a Big Eight record for most penalties during the season.
It'll be first down.
It's a dubious honor. Nebraska, on the other hand, has not been in any trouble penalty-wise, and that's one reason they're the #1 team in the country. First down now. 3:07 left in the first half. 7-7. Turner on the option. Turner-Gill. Hit down by Bryan again. They say when Bryan goes down in his stance, he's ready for war. And there was another indication of what he can do on the football field.
Maybe that's why in the first quarter they were running to the left side away from Ricky Bryan. The last 2 plays, they've run right at him.
It's hard on hairdos today, isn't it, the way it's raining down there? 2nd down, 6. Shalene, Rozier again on the backfield. Time becoming very important on this drive. Gill, intercepted, picked off Benson, Thomas Benson.
The Oklahoma defense responds again. There is a flag on the field, but you're going to see Turner-Gill throwing only his 4th interception this entire year. They set it up by trying to run a fake to Mike Rozier, but there's Benson, number 38, right in front of the tight end to come up with the interception.
That's his 2nd interception of the year. As you mentioned, a penalty flag. We'll see what that's all about in a moment. But Benson has the best physical tools of all the linebackers.
You're right, his 2nd interception, tremendous speed. He's a big man, 6'2", 235 pounds, covers a lot of ground, and there's, you saw the big play, another big play by the Sooner defense.
Looks like the penalty will go against Oklahoma. They're backing up.
But I believe it was after the play.
So they'll maintain possession. We may have had a late hit on the play. So a rainy afternoon here in Owen Field, otherwise known by visiting teams as the Snake Pit. And Owen Field, the site of a battle that will determine the Big 8 championship and could be another leg up on a national championship for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. But believe you me, Nebraska's got their hands full this afternoon.
Dead ball, unsportsmanlike conduct on Oklahoma. It'll be first down and 25.
That's what it was, a late hit. Gary Bender along with Pat Hayden. CBS here in force and ready and willing to bring you the conclusion of this one. This is going to be something. You can see it starting to get just a little more heated. That late hit just indicated that. Bradley back to throw on first down and 25. Wide open. Buster Rhymes. Touchdown. They have stunned the #1 team in the country. 73 yards. Bradley to Rhymes. The Sooners are in an upset mode. Point after attempt now, Tim Lasher. And an explosive Oklahoma team now leads it 14-7. 73 yards, 39 yards for touchdown.
Tom Osborne says this Oklahoma team has as many good athletes as we do. You're going to see two of them right here. Danny Bradley to #4, the split end Buster Rhymes. A pure athlete in Barry Switzer's mind, and you see why. He runs away from defenders. The ball beautifully thrown by Bradley in between defenders. A big, big play after the turnover. A very opportunistic play by the Sooner offense. Again, recall it was an interception by Turner Gill that gave Oklahoma possession. Good protection for Danny Bradley. He drills this ball right down the gut. The much maligned Danny Bradley finds a way to come up with yet another big play to Buster Rhymes, his split end. And take a look at the reaction of Danny Bradley.
Remember, that was on a 1st and 25 because they'd been penalized 15 yards.
It's Thanksgiving weekend.
Danny Bradley, very articulate young man. Enjoyed visiting with him yesterday. He's been criticized a lot this year for being the weak link offensively, but look at his stats today.
4 of 7, the big touchdown play. That's the kind of afternoon they were hoping for. They got it.
Eicher, #31, will kick off to Fryer. Rozier. Oklahoma with the lead, 14-7. And you can hear the reverberations all around Owen Field and maybe throughout the country.
They hear him down in Austin.
2:11 left in the first half. Another line drive affair. Tough to handle, but Rozier's got it. And he'll bring it out to the 27-yard line. Scott Case again. There's the man that caught the 73-yard strike. Rhymes, a pure athlete. And then there's always the other side. The best in college sports right here on CBS. And Owen Field, the site of a classic. The 64th meeting between the Huskers and Sooners. Shalene, Rozier in the backfield. Fryer in motion. Turner Gill, and going to his knees and cradling the ball is Ricky Simmons. That'll be a first down.
We talked about how confident this Nebraska team is. On the play previous, Turner Gill had thrown an interception. Right back on the field, the first play, a pass. He completes it to Ricky Simmons.
Line of scrimmage, the 42. 1:54 left in the first half. That's Fryer in motion at the bottom of the screen. Turner Gill going to run it. And he has a lot of running room. First down at the 40, 35, 30. He's to the 20. He's to the 18. A 40-yard run by Turner Gill.
What an athlete Turner Gill is. Again, Barry Switzer said there's no way to defend this. You have to hope that you're going to keep Turner Gill in the pocket. There's nowhere to throw the ball, so he uses his athletic instincts, the impromptu play, and he's got plenty of instincts right there, believe me, as he picks up a big play, a big first down inside the 20-yard line.
You see who threw the block then? That was Rozier behind Gill that threw an amazing block and around the 25-yard line. First down at the 18. Will make it to the 15-yard line. Jackie Shipp on the tackle for Oklahoma. 1:26. Now Nebraska has all 3 of their timeouts remaining.
The elusive skill of Turner Gill on one play, and then right back to the power football behind Mike Rozier.
Boy, this has been some explosion, hasn't it? 39-yard run, a 73-yard completion, a 40-yard run. 2nd and 7 from the 15. Gill complete to Fryer. That'll be a 1st and goal. Sonny Brown on the stop, a touchdown saving tackle.
The triplets of Nebraska. We saw Turner Gill. We saw Mike Rozier. Now watch Irving Fryer. Turner Gill drills this football. There's no way that Irving Fryer can miss this pass. It's right in his numbers. A beautiful throw. Gives Nebraska first down inside the 5-yard line.
I think Oklahoma got Nebraska's attention, don't you? 1st and goal at the 3-yard line. Pitch back, Rozier. Touchdown. Touchdown of his career. And the man shaken up for Oklahoma, that's Jackie Shipp. I should say 29th touchdown of the season. I think I said career.
But believe it or not, that is Mike Rozier's first touchdown ever against the Oklahoma Sooners.
That is an amazing. Here you are, you're trailing 14-7. They did not panic. They just went after Oklahoma. And now a chance to tie it up with 42 seconds. It's the reason they've been number 1 all year long. They've had that pressure to play with. Livingston, the point after attempt. And Livingston hits a dead center. It's tied up, 14-all. That was a 73-yard drive in 5 plays and took only 1 minute and 29 seconds.
We saw a little bit of everything on that drive, but we saw a lot of Mike Rozier off the right side of the blocks of Dean Steinfuller and Scott Raritan, 2 all Big 8 performers. You see Mike Rozier able to cut inside as the defense overruns the play, but the drive was the culmination of a 5-play drive. We saw the big scramble by Turner Gill. We saw 2 passes by Turner Gill. We saw power of Mike Rozier, and there's the result, 6 points for Nebraska.
The man with the inside track on the Heisman, Mike Rozier, with his 29th touchdown of the season. A man who many people feel is one of the greatest running backs in the history of the Big 8 Conference. Nebraska will kick off. 42 seconds left, and this crowd is stunned. They saw the Sooners take that lead on that impressive touchdown pass, and all of a sudden, Nebraska came roaring back, and they're just sitting here almost in disbelief.
Well, they have to be entertained, if nothing else.
Isn't that the truth? Back deep now will be Shepard and Rhymes. Rhymes having a big day. He has 3 catches for 127 yards. That's a season for some guys. This will be Shepard. Shepard's got an alley, and, boy, he had some opening over there. If that tackle had not been made at the 24-yard line by Dan Casterline. So with 36 seconds, this issue right now deadlocked. Oklahoma will set it up. Look at this, and we still have another half to go.
We promised you some offense, and you're seeing plenty of it.
I think the surprising stat, though, is how much passing yardage of Oklahoma. Now, average yards on first down.
12 or nearly 13 yards for Oklahoma. That is absolutely phenomenal.
Of course, that 73-yard strike helped a little bit. That was on a first down at 25. There is Earl Johnson. Doug Herman, 63, made the stop. So Oklahoma now will be very conservative. Kill the remaining time in this first half. Well, Pat, the smoke has cleared for a moment here. What do you think?
It's been a half of big plays. And actually, the Oklahoma defense played as well as we expected. But Danny Bradley's played very well. The big passes to Buster Rhymes, of course, Mike Rozier and Turner Gill have not disappointed anybody. So it has been as we expected. These teams are two teams of big plays. We got that in the first half.
Well, it's been so tough to win here in Norman. Nebraska knows that. Bob Devaney found that out for many years. Now Tom Osborne. Right now, it's all even. 14-all. We'll be back with Brennan Era from New York with scores and highlights after this word about an upcoming show on CBS and a message from your local station.
If someone you love has been marked by war, you will understand why this film had to be made.
I was always afraid if I started crying, I'd never stop.
Mike Farrell, Memorial Day, Sunday.
This is CBS.
People who work hard need hard-working gifts from True Value hardware stores. This Master Mechanic portable workbench grips almost any object with a movable vise. The Weller 8-piece soldering gun kit is ideal for repairs and hobbies. You can smooth down rough wood quickly and easily with a lightweight Skills Sand Cat sander. And you'll find a versatile router and saber saw table from Hirsch on display now at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers.
Come on and get a taste of freshness. Come on and get a taste of something good. Come on and get a taste of Runza. Runza makes it taste so good. Taste in every bite. Runza makes it good. Runza makes it right. Come on and get a taste. Come on and get a taste. Come on and get a taste of Runza.
KOLN-TV Lincoln, KGIN-TV Grand Island.
Gymnastics is one of 16 women's sports in which the NCAA conducts national championships. The championship program provides many talented gymnasts with the opportunity to compete at the highest level while continuing their education. Become part of a growing tradition next time a college in your area hosts a competition. The preceding message provided by the NCAA.
It may be better than advertised. Before we talk about it, let's get everybody up to date. As you probably know, Texas devoured Texas A&M after trailing by 13 points. And right now, the Longhorns are sitting around, they're chanting, "Hook 'em, Oklahoma, hook 'em, Oklahoma." But Texas A&M gave them a huge scare. Roger Vick, little delay, get to the outside, goes to the distance. And then Texas changed quarterbacks. And Rick McIver really gave the Horns a lift. Watch this catch by Brent Duhon. And then Texas has got a fellow by the name of Bill Boyd Bryant. He caught a touchdown pass, and he's a pretty good chucker, too.
That's right. The halfback throws a halfback running pass right on the mark. Great catch. They broke it wide open, downwind, as they say. They had all the wind going with them.
All right, Texas, of course, is going to be taking on Georgia in the Cotton Bowl, and Georgia had a tremendous scare. Georgia Tech was driving at the end of that game, and Georgia intercepted a pass 27-24. Vanderbilt and Tennessee right now. The Volunteers lead at 20-10. They are in the second quarter. Arizona and Arizona State, and we'll check some Tennessee highlights right here. Watch Johnny Jones take the handoff and go 42 yards up the middle for the touchdown, and Tennessee was suddenly in command. And then it was the Vanderbilt quarterback
Page.
Page. He's a pretty good fellow.
He is. He's doing something he didn't do as much during the course of the year, which is running. Most of the time he passes that football.
And it's 20-10 right now. Arizona and Arizona State. It is 14-6. Arizona leading Arizona State, and I guess that's just a battle for the bragging rights down there to the state where the sun sets prettier than any other. Out of the shotgun, it was Tom Tunnicliffe.
He had another great day. I shouldn't say great day, but he's coming off that UCLA game, which we talked about at the top of the show, and he's picking up right there and throwing the ball well.
Exactly. We have a couple of other scores here. Texas Tech over Arkansas in the fourth quarter. That is 13-9. And then the game that just simply has to have you riveted to the television set right now. And that's this one right here, Nebraska and Oklahoma. This shapes up as another one of their classic confrontations. What else can happen?
Each year, it seems, when these two get together, this was a little gadget by Gill, who dealt the ball off on a field goal attempt, and Nebraska picks up a first down at about the 3-yard line, led to their first touchdown.
Barry Switzer and the Sooners hung right in, and watch Tillman. He almost went to Nebraska.
Little trap play on the inside, and they caught him just right. He goes all the way.
And then after an interception, it was Danny Bradley pulling out.
He put a great move on the defensive left halfback, and Buster Rhyme goes 73 yards for the touchdown.
And that put Oklahoma ahead, and then back came Nebraska.
Imagine we got 30 more minutes out there.
Aaron, you want to make a prediction or not on that one?
I made one at the top of the show.
All right. You know, Aaron, the end of the season always brings coaching changes. Now, at Rice this week, Watson Brown, formerly the head man at Cincinnati, he was signed to a 6-year contract for a reported $1.3 million. He replaces Ray Alborn, who has resigned. Down in Baton Rouge, it is reported that Jerry Stovall will be let go by LSU. Athletic Director Bob Broadhead has approached Miami Dolphin assistant coach Bill Arnsparger about accepting that position.
Yes, I have talked to Bob Broadhead, and that's, I would say, in very general terms, and that's all that I know, and
now all that we know.
All that you know, right.
Don Shula is really turning out the head coaches. Woody English goes to Tulane. Howard Schnellenberger's at Miami. Now Bill Arnsparger is going to get a shot at LSU, it looks like. Oh, by the way, I got to show you something. You know, folks say I keep giving this Heisman Trophy to Mike Rozier. So my good friends out in Provo, Utah, they said, you know, we got a pretty good quarterback out here, and we think he should get the Heisman Trophy. And they signed this gigantic card. Look at this. Huh? All these good fans out in Utah. I have to tell you, folks, I can't get him a Heisman Trophy, but we'll make him the All-American quarterback and the first quarterback drafted by the NFL. How's that? Good enough? And the NCAA Today continues on CBS in just a moment.
Higher education today. People pursuing knowledge, discovering more about areas affecting our daily lives. Oregon State University offers an outstanding program in agriculture. What attracts people to this field?
I'm interested in agriculture because I grew up on a farm here in the Willamette Valley, and it's been a part of my life. And I really think that's an important field to be involved with because everyone is involved in agriculture, because everyone has to eat, and there are so many different areas you can be involved with it.
This is not the agriculture of yesterday that we're dealing with, but the agriculture of today. That means there are a lot of facets of science that are involved in our present-day understanding of agricultural processes.
If you know yourself well enough, you can find your niche in agriculture. There's horticulture, agronomy, food science, agricultural engineering, agricultural economics.
I'm pleased that I went into agriculture because I do like the people, I do like the lifestyle, I like the idea that I'm helping people in some way, that they are being fed, that I don't really know how to put it into words. It's just something that you have to feel to be in agriculture.
Higher education today. Challenging, motivating the mind. The preceding message provided by the NCAA.
When we cover all these football games, we tend to overlook the fact that there's a different side to an athlete's life at school.
That's right, Brent. Over the years, the remarkable success of the Nebraska Cornhuskers has been largely due to the high caliber of Tom Osborne's staff. But perhaps the best appointment he ever made was hiring an assistant coach who does not pace the sideline or prowl the press box. She is Ursula Walsh, who is the athletic department's academic counselor. And at her study table, she has the power to tell even the biggest of football stars that grades come first.
On the football field, unbeaten Nebraska is a well-schooled powerhouse that provides weekly thrills for their faithful 73,000 fans. But Ursula Walsh stands out from that crowd. Her job is to convince the players that a college's primary importance is for education.
Here at Nebraska, everybody puts a lot of attention on the academic prowess of our athletes. I am here to see that they are happy and productive in the classroom. Anything that would interfere with their academic progress is my domain.
Dr. Walsh has turned out 17 academic All-Americans. The Husker football teams boast a 92% graduation rate. That is very high.
Maybe it's you.
She wrote me a note and said that she had observed our study hall and had thought it wasn't being run very well and that she could do a better job. And I guess unbeknownst to her at that time, I was in charge of the study hall.
With Osborne handling the X's and O's, his chosen successor has taken the initiative to expand her role.
She's kind of each individual player's mom, and she helps us out with school and some of our personal problems, too.
She's someone that everyone on the team can confide in, whether it's their classes, whether it's football, whether it's personal.
She's like the mind doctor, I guess you could call her. You know, she pampers the guys when they have problems.
All potential recruits meet privately with Walsh, and sometimes her frank advice costs Nebraska talent, such as tailback Spencer Tillman.
He talked with me about his major, which he hoped would be petroleum land management, which is something we don't have here at the University of Nebraska. And so I told him that if that indeed was exactly what he had set his heart on, that he should go to the University of Oklahoma.
She did a great job of that, and I respect her a great deal for making that observation.
So, when the Huskers enter the real world prepared, they can thank Ursula Walsh.
I certainly don't see them as players. I see them as human beings, people with goals and aspirations, wishes and dreams. We are very proud of our players. We are grateful to them for having chosen the University of Nebraska and rejoice in their accomplishments.
That's an upbeat story about football, but there is a very sad note today. Earlier, 8 people, including 6 staff members of our CBS affiliate, KOSA in Odessa, Texas, were killed. The plane carrying them back from their assignment at a high school football game crashed while attempting to land. And all of us at CBS Sports extend our sincerest condolences to the families. And the NCAA Today will continue after this.
Every morning, whether I'm here in Latrobe or on the road, I'm out there making sure all the parts are working. Nobody has to sell me on keeping in shape. I guess that's why I've always been sold on Pennzoil protection. Pennzoil helps keep the equipment in shape. And believe me, I'm a guy who believes in taking care of the old equipment.
Pennzoil, quality protection. Ask for it.
A $390 one-way drop-off charge? Nobody mentioned that.
I'm sorry.
We're sorry.
So sorry.
So sorry.
Please accept my apology.
Only National guarantees one-way rentals with unlimited free mileage for only $10 a day more than our regular low rates. Guaranteed. And if we don't deliver, you'll get $50 off your next rental. We give you national attention, and that's the truth.
Shotgun Rapids, Idaho, and Milwaukee. Folks mean something great to these guys. The shotgun means white water at its best. And Milwaukee means beer. Cold, crisp, old Milwaukee beer. And smooth, golden, old Milwaukee Light. And old Milwaukee. And old Milwaukee Light.
Taste as great as their name. You know, guys, it doesn't get any better than this.
For the past 2 years, I've been telling you, with some interruptions, that an independent test for Best Color Picture, the Sylvania Superset beat RCA, Zenith, and Sony. Well, this year, we again asked over 1,000 people which TV had the best overall color picture. And more of them picked the 19-inch Sylvania Superset over RCA and Zenith and Sony, too.
Nandeska, Konda deska, Sylvania beats Sony again? Toshite, Biskai desho.
Good afternoon. Here are some of the stories making news in Nebraska at this hour. Besides watching the game, most people across the state are also watching the weather. Traveler's advisory has been issued because of freezing rain in areas of eastern Nebraska the rest of the afternoon and into tonight. Freezing rain developed over eastern Nebraska this afternoon, and the State Patrol reports slippery, hazardous roads, especially west and southwest of Lincoln. Freezing rain is also expected over the remainder of eastern Nebraska. Motorists are being urged to exercise extreme caution. Traveler's advisories are also in effect for southwest and north central Nebraska as snow and blowing snow have created slippery roads. The Weather Service says heavy snow may develop in these areas tonight. The Panhandle is also under a traveler's advisory due to snow and blowing snow. Total snowfalls of 2 to 4 inches are likely in the Panhandle. And winter storm watches continue over south central and much of eastern Nebraska tonight and tomorrow for possible heavy snow and strong winds. A teenager is being held in the Hall County Jail in Grand Island today following a series of events that authorities say include a robbery, 2 stolen vehicles, and a chase that covered 3 counties. Grand Island police say the incidents began with an armed robbery last night at the Pump and Pantry at the corner of Highway 281 and Stolly Park Road in Grand Island. Authorities say a 15-year-old boy armed with a sawed-off shotgun fled the scene in a stolen pickup. Pursuit by authorities ended early this morning in York County, where the suspect was apprehended. The Interstate Commerce Commission has approved a request by Aero Stage Lines of Norfolk. The approval means Aero will begin bus service between Omaha and North Platte on Tuesday. Several of the communities along the route have been without bus service since the Greyhound strike began earlier this month. That's a brief look at weather, news, and sports at this hour. Join us again tonight at 10 for a complete report of news, weather, and sports.
KOLN TV, Channel 10 in Lincoln, KGIN TV, Channel 11, Grand Island.
14-14, our halftime score, and our gentleman at halftime with us, the guy who gets the distinction of playing Nebraska next, Howard Schnellenberger, the head coach of the Miami Hurricanes, who've just had an outstanding year. Howard, you were just saying, boy, 2 evenly matched teams.
They really are, and this is my first time out in this stadium in this area, and I'm just really impressed with everything that's going on. I'm more impressed with Nebraska and the way they came storming back after being behind. I don't know what's going to happen in the second half, but I wouldn't bet against Nebraska.
What's happened to all the defense today?
Well, you know, they've been blitzing a lot on first down, and that has caused Nebraska some problems. Barry Switzer and his staff saw that early on, and have gotten the ball to Buster Rhymes twice and been big plays.
Boy, it's going to be quite a matchup, you and Nebraska.
We're looking forward to it, and actually we're pulling for Nebraska to come in undefeated for the 50th anniversary of the Orange Bowl.
Howard Schnellenberger, thank you, Coach, very much. Pat, if you look at this first half, there's 2 guys you really highlight. First is Mike Rozier.
Well, he has not been a disappointment. We told you that he was their man everybody was going to watch today. He has 65 yards here in the first half, 1 touchdown, actually his first touchdown ever against Oklahoma. But he really has not been a disappointment. He's caught some balls, run some reverses, been a big factor.
Boy, the guy, though, that's really maybe surprising or most people's thinking is Danny Bradley of Oklahoma.
Well, he was the man the coaches felt had to have a big day, and he has certainly had it. He's thrown for 144 yards. We saw the big 73-yard touchdown pass to Buster Rhymes. He's come up with a lot of big plays.
Well, we're looking forward to January 2nd. That will be the Cotton Bowl. Those dogs of Georgia going against the Longhorns of Texas. And, Pat, you talk about defensive teams. Here's 2 of the best of them.
For the Texas Longhorns, they're rated #1 in defense in the country, and for good reason.
Hook 'em horns, and we've had Texas on CBS a lot this year, and we're impressed by the fact that they play both the run and the pass exceptionally well.
Take a look at Eric Hawley, number 93 there.
This is a team that has great athletic ability, but they'll pop you. They'll hit you. And here's Mossy Cade, the All-American cornerback, coming up with the interception. And Fred Akers with a big win today over Texas A&M. The Longhorns ranked #2, but don't count out the Georgia Bulldogs. They've been bowling for a lot of years. They've been there before. This guy looks like he might be able to play. I know this guy can. Terry Hogue.
Another very good defensive team in Georgia. They played tough defense all season long. It's going to be a very good matchup down there in Dallas.
Hogue, one of the premier safeties in the country, coming up with an interception here. So Georgia and Texas, that's January 2nd, the Cotton Bowl, and you'll see it live here on CBS. Nebraska and Oklahoma are opponents today. Let's visit now the 2 campuses.
At Nebraska, quality begins with teaching.
It's exciting to be in the student teaching program, which was honored nationally as #1 this fall. What makes it great is the amount of practical teaching we get all through our college preparation.
We in the Houston Independent School District are extremely proud to be able to participate in the University of Nebraska's #1 ranked student teaching program.
It's a great feeling to graduate from a program recognized nationally as one of the best.
The cornerstone of a university's academic quality is the strength of its library. Today, at the University of Oklahoma, we're celebrating the addition of the 2 millionth volume to our library. This means we've built one of the great libraries in the American Southwest, and we're still building.
My Allstate agent about how everything I have 2 of.
Hi, Dad. Hi, Dad.
Right. Like 2 cars, he asked? Maybe Allstate's 2-car discount can save you money on insurance. Allstate sure saves me. I can use the money.
Noah! Dinner!
One wife.
Bring in your policy. Allstate's multi-car discount may save you money. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Because the cost of all energies is rising, manufacturers of heating equipment have developed more efficient designs to help you keep costs down. That's good, but the claims can be confusing. So here are a few simple facts about natural gas. Gas delivers America's best energy value because gas is America's most efficient energy system. So when you invest in modern high-efficiency gas appliances, America's best energy value gets even better. Today and tomorrow, gas gives you more for your money.
Soon the U.S. Olympic team will be heading to Los Angeles for the Summer Games. They'll fly United, the official airline. This fall, every time you fly United, United donates free mileage to the program. Up to 5 million miles of free travel. The more times you fly, the more free miles they fly. It's United's 5 million mile challenge, and the winner is your Olympic team.
United, official airline of the 1984 Olympic Games.
Nebraska versus Oklahoma, an exclusive presentation of CBS Sports, is sponsored by the new Chrysler Corporation, moving America ahead with advanced technology. Wendy's hot stuffed baked potatoes, something new for Wendy's kind of people. And by Xerox, managing information around the office and around the world.
It's 14-all at halftime between Nebraska and Oklahoma. What a classic this has been. 1971, they called it the game of the century. Nebraska with Johnny Rodgers, who would eventually win the Heisman Trophy. This brilliant return against Oklahoma. Nebraska winning that game, going on to the national championship. And the man was Bob Devaney, now the athletic director at Nebraska, and joining us at halftime. Bob, that was a lot of pressure in 71. You can identify with this game.
It sure was, Gary. It was a game similar to this one, except we were a little worse off. We went behind at the half. Just before the half, we went behind. They had to come back to win it. At least we're tied at this stage.
You feel like the momentum switched back just before the end of the first half?
I think when Nebraska engineered that touchdown drive with about 2 minutes to go, I think it swung the momentum back to us, and hopefully we'll carry it on. We're receiving the kickoff, and we should have the win the last quarter. It should help.
Bob, this team is compared to 71.
It's very, very comparable. I think this team is better offensively, definitely. Defense, there might be some questions.
You've said many times that offensively you can't be much more explosive than this Nebraska team.
This is the greatest offensive team, Gary, I've ever seen on a football field.
Johnny Rodgers, Mike Rozier, what comparisons can you make there?
Well, they're different kind of a runner. Johnny was a pass receiver and a specialty runner. Mike's an all-around high back. Johnny was a wing back. Johnny and Fryer are a lot alike. Rozier's in a class by himself.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bob Devaney, 2 national champions in Nebraska, one in 1971, and now Tom Osborne trying to win his first national championship. Deadlocked at halftime, 14-all. Fleischer getting ready to kick off. Rozier, Fryer back for the Cornhuskers. That's Jeff Smith instead, and Smith will bring it out, and he's out to the 27-yard line. Now let's look at some of the key faces for the Nebraska offense.
Turner Gill had the big scramble there near the end of the first half. than throwing the football for 44 yards. Mike Rozier, 17 carries, 65 yards, 1 touchdown. And Irving Fryer had 1 rush for 21 yards, 2 receptions for 21 yards. And Dean Steinkuhler, we've talked about him. He has led the way for Mike Rozier today.
That offensive line really did the job at the end of that first half, mentioning Steinkuhler, and they're ready to go again. Turner Gill back to Rozier, and he'll make it to the 30-yard line. Pick up a 3. Now defensively, the keys for Oklahoma.
Rick Bryan, we've called his number a lot today. Early in the first quarter, they ran away from him, but he still made some big plays. Kevin Murphy got hurt, but he came back and came up with some big plays himself. And Thomas Benson, we saw him make a couple of big plays, the big interception as well.
Set up that interception and the touchdown eventually that ensued. Turner Gill now with a second down. Let's make it a long 7 to go. Rozier got some running room. He has a first down out to the 45-yard line. Rick Bryan eventually caught up with him. Turner Gill kind of like a card dealer out there, just dealing the football off. 80 yards now for Mike Rozier.
The first play of the second half, we saw Rozier run a power play to the short side of the field. The second play, here's phase 2 of their offense, the option play. Turner Gill down the line of scrimmage, waits to the last possible moment, then pitches the ball to Mike Rozier. But again, that's what makes Nebraska so tough to defend. They give you power, then option.
First down now from the 45-yard line. Fryer in motion. Back to Rozier again. 2 yards, maybe 3 at the most. Running behind Reardon and Steinkuhler. Darrell Goodlow will make the tackle for Oklahoma. Oklahoma defensively was the #1 team in the country, or I should say in the Big 8 against rushing, holding teams to 91 yards, and the #1 team defensively in the Big 8 in total defense, 5th in the nation. 2nd and 7. Now in at fullback. Gill takes the pitch, and he's into Oklahoma's into the field at the 47. Paul Miliazzo, number 42, making the stop. It'll be 3rd and 3 now.
Let's take a look at Dean Steinkuhler, the All-American. As you mentioned, the only returning starter from last year's offensive line. But watch him lock the defensive man up there of Oklahoma, really clear the way. That is why Nebraska has had so much success running the football this season. Dean Steinkuhler.
Pat, they don't rebuild, they just reload up front. They just redshirt some more big guys and bring them in. 3rd and 3. He'll keep him, and he's not going to get it. Miliazzo again on the stop. And the Nebraska team will have to punt the football. So that's got to give this Oklahoma defense a shot in the arm after giving up that touchdown at the end of the first half.
The first series, both offensively and defensively for a team in each half, is so critical. Oklahoma's defense has done its job. They're forcing Nebraska to punt. That's a victory in itself.
Livingston will kick. Scott Case is back for the Sooners, and he hit it very high, and the wind has really caught this one. Fair catch, and almost fumbled. Sonny Brown was the guy who came up with it. You might recall last year, Oklahoma fumbled a punt in that game in Lincoln. It really cost them. This time they come up with it, a 23-yard punt.
We talked a little bit about Danny Bradley when we look at the key faces of the Oklahoma offense. There he is, 4 of 7, 144 yards, 1 touchdown, had an outstanding first half. Spencer Tillman, 8 carries, 101 yards, and a big touchdown run. Earl Johnson, 11 carries for 28 yards.
And so from the 24, Oklahoma, first opportunity with the football in the second half. Ledbetter, Johnson in the backfield, along with Sewell. That's Sewell in motion. Johnson across the 25 to the 27. Bill Weber defensively made the stop. Let's look at the keys defensively for Nebraska.
In the defensive line, we talked about Scott Strasburger. He had the big interception last year. In the first half, he played well, making a couple of big plays. Mike Knox, we saw Spencer Tillman run right by Knox. He didn't have the big first half we expected. And Mark Dahm, he's the other inside linebacker. Spencer Tillman's given both of those linebackers some trouble on the inside.
2nd down and 7 now for Oklahoma. Bradley on the keeper. And he'll be wrapped up by McCashlin. Number 2, a tough monster man who roams around defensively for Nebraska, and it'll bring up 3rd and 7.
Even though Oklahoma doesn't run the wishbone, they are still an option team. Watch Danny Bradley as they fakes the ball to Jerome Ledbetter right there, comes down as reads the block, is trying to get the ball pitched, but that's good defense by number 2, Mike McCashland of the Nebraska Cornhusker defense.
The old bear hug, and he couldn't get rid of it. On 3rd downs now in this game, Oklahoma's had to go 10.1 yards. Now they have to go 7. 3rd and 7. Johnson. Boy, he had some running room, and all of a sudden McCashland straightened him up with a tackle at the 30-yard line. It's 4th down. McCashland out of Lincoln.
Another one of those walk-ons that we've talked about. Actually, Nebraska has 6 walk-ons of the starting 22.
Well, they save scholarships for those guys.
And they're patient. They wait around.
And that's what Tom Osborne said. A lot of people say, well, redshirt, but then they don't have the patience to work the program out. Ataya to kick. Fryer and Smith back, and it takes an Oklahoma bounce. Oh, what a kick this is going to be. At the 1-yard line. Mitch Bryan, Rick Bryan's brother, was down there to down the ball. A 67-yard punt, and now from the 1, Nebraska has it.
Who makes the best-built American cars? Based on National Highway Traffic Safety recall data over the last 2 years, Chrysler does, because Chrysler had the lowest percent of recalls. And only Chrysler has the confidence to back the cars it builds for 5 years or 50,000 miles, with protection on the engine, powertrain, and against outer body rust-through. Based on recalls alone, Chrysler makes the best-built American cars, and with 550 protection, they're not only the best built, they're the best backed.
Ooh, hot. Hot, so hot. Wendy's baked potatoes are hot. Wendy's stuffs them all kinds of ways. Hot. Like with cheese. What cheese? Chili and cheese. Bacon and cheese, broccoli and cheese. Wendy's. Sour cream and chives. That makes 5. Wendy's stuffed baked potatoes. They're hot. For Wendy's kind of people. Ooh.
One of college basketball's great rivalries is renewed as Bobby Knight leads the Indiana Hoosiers against Joe Hall's heavily favored Kentucky Wildcats next Saturday on CBS Sports.
Irving Fryer really did not have an opportunity to field this ball. It takes a strange bounce off the AstroTurf right over Irving Fryer's head. The ball rolls down to the 1-yard line, and Nebraska's going to have terrible field position. 99 yards to go.
That was officially recorded as a 68-yard punt. A bad hop to the shortstop. Couldn't come up with it. Give to Shalene, and Shalene will get a yard, maybe. Rick Bryan. Boy, that is tough company inside on that play. Kevin Murphy also. Rick Bryan getting up a little slowly. Quite a collision inside.
Take a look at number 80, Ricky Bryan. We talked about him, what a kind of a big first half he is. He is not blocked there. You don't want to do that to Ricky Bryan, because when it's tough enough to block him with 2 or 3 men, but when you don't block him, he's going to make a lot of tackles.
A country boy who can play football with the best of them. 2nd down, 8 yards to go. Gill going to throw. It's caught, dropped. Scott Kimball had it for a moment. Jim Rockford defending on the play, just a little underthrown.
Some people suggest this is the best area of the football field to throw the ball because there's so much territory to defend. Turner Gill elects to go to the ball deep. He has Scott Kimball open, but the ball is a little bit underthrown into the inside, but very, very catchable as you look at it. Scott Kimball had a chance to catch that and probably should have.
You're right. 3rd and 8. Watson in motion. Rozier. And it's going to be 4th down.
The Oklahoma defense has had 2 opportunities to defend Mike Rozier this half. Both times they've won the battle. Mike Rozier on the power play, the play that he's run for over 2,000 yards this season, But the Oklahoma defense stiffens, bows its neck, and stopped Rozier short of the first down, forcing Nebraska to punt.
And what's difficult here is that they don't have a lot of room to punt the ball, and they're kicking into the wind. Livingston to boot it out of there. And he got a pretty good kick underway with all those circumstances. Scott Case, fair catch. Whoa, that was a shaky moment. 36-yard kick, and give a lot of credit to Livingston, number 48. He kicked it under pressure and into the wind. But good field position for Oklahoma. They have it at the Nebraska 43-yard line. 8:52 left to go in the third quarter. Earlier, Texas, impressive win. And Georgia, who will meet Texas in the Cotton Bowl, winning their game, and Arkansas finishing with a winning season. Tennessee over Vanderbilt, third quarter. And Arizona in Tempe, leading Arizona State in the third quarter. From the 43, gives to Johnson. He had some running room, converts it into a gain to the 39. Neil Harris made the stop. Pat, you can't say enough for that offensive line. They're giving him some running room up there.
And that was one of the big question marks today coming into this game, how well Oklahoma's offensive line would hold up against this Nebraska defense. As you mentioned, they've done a very nice job. We've seen some big blocks, allowed Spencer Tillman and Earl Johnson to jump through those.
Gain on that last play of 4, 2nd and 6. This drive, the best field position Oklahoma's ever started with in this game. Give this time to Tillman. And Tillman's a couple of yards short of the first down. He's at the 35. Ken Graber, the nose guard, making the stop for Nebraska. 3rd and 2.
3rd and 2, Oklahoma's type of game. 3rd and 7 is not. But this is where Oklahoma is tough.
Oklahoma would like to do something in this quarter with the wind to their back. Danny Bradley has 2 men coming in with a play. Buster Rhymes will leave. Getting up. Oh, what a collision. Earl Johnson, I don't know that he got it. I don't think he did. He looked like he might, and all of a sudden he was belted backwards by Mark Dahm, number 51.
Well, you are right. Mark Dahm comes in and greets Earl Johnson. Watch again the center, Chuck Thomas, number 73, try to clear a path for Earl Johnson. There's no room there as Mark Dahm, number 51, is going to come in there and keep him from gaining the first down. Terrific defensive play by Dahm.
That's the way you teach tackling, isn't it? And now Oklahoma has asked for a timeout. It's 4th down, a yard to go. The Sooners, a critical stage of the game. 7:08 left in the third quarter. 4th down and 1 when we return.
The telephone. You've got to agree it's one of the most significant inventions in history. But if it isn't connected to another phone, it's just a useless piece of technology. And that's true of office machines. Once they're connected to a system, they can be a lot more productive. Now, the scientists at Xerox figured that out 10 years ago when they invented a network they called Ethernet. Today, Ethernet is an accepted international standard. With it, you can connect Xerox personal computers, word processors, professional workstations, even electronic printers. Oh, they don't all have to be made by Xerox either. So the special talents of all your office machines can work together toward one goal: better communication. Now, some people may ask, what do we need all this communication for anyway? What's this world coming to? I'll bet that's exactly what they said about the telephone.
To create, reproduce, preserve, and share information around the office and around the world. From Xerox.
The Big 8 Conference is proud to be engaged in its 77th year of intercollegiate football competition. The conference has produced 7 national champion teams and at least 2 All-American players every year since 1953. The Big 8, college football at its finest.
The last time Oklahoma called timeout, they called a play and went 39 yards for a touchdown. Now on a 4th and 1, Barry Switzer is ready. They're at the line of scrimmage. Johnson, and Bradley keeps on it. What a fake. First down.
You're right, Gary. He faked everybody out, including us.
16-yard keeper by Danny Bradley. And I think most of the people here thought that Johnson had the ball.
Well, the Nebraska defense did. I did, too. It's a great call on 4th and 1. You see the whole Nebraska defense still think Earl Johnson has the ball. Meanwhile, Danny Bradley, using 4.4 speed, gets to the outside. Not only picks up a first down, but picks up 16 yards.
But Oklahoma's called 2 timeouts, and they've called 2 sterling plays. Both of them, one of them producing the touchdown, and this one a first down. First down at the 19. Spencer Tillman may get a yard, that's all. Scott Strasburger out of Holdridge, Nebraska. A walk-on who had a chance to go to Dartmouth on some financial aids scholastically. An outstanding student at all Big 8 academic pick.
It shows you kind of the commitment the kids in the small towns in Nebraska have to the University of Nebraska. To turn down a scholarship to go to Dartmouth. He came to Nebraska, walked on, and now he's starring for them.
Second down and 9 for Oklahoma. Pitch to Tillman. Look at the speed. To the 10. 5. Touchdown.
Did you see that leap?
He was launched as he took it in. Remarkable athlete.
That's incredible.
18-yard touchdown run. Spencer Tillman with his second touchdown of the day. Dave Burke has been shaken up for Nebraska. That drive, 43 yards in 6 plays. Oklahoma with the lead for the second time in this game.
Let's take a look at the touchdown. Spencer Tillman does his Joe Washington imitation as he comes and picks up a big block by Derek Shepard. But watch this, from about the 5-yard line, he's up and over. It's an Olympic year. The high jump into the end zone.
Pat, I have never seen anybody leap that far. Have you?
Once other time I saw Joe Washington, but watch number 3. Here is the key. Derek Shepard in motion. He is going to come down and clear the way for Spencer Tillman right there on Strasburger, number 90. That allowed Tillman to get outside.
Point after attempt now by Lasher, and Lasher hits it. Oklahoma 21, Nebraska 14.
The athletic ability of this Oklahoma team. We've seen Buster Rhymes, we've seen Spencer Tillman twice, but watch and enjoy this.
Spencer Tillman looking like a long jumper. Took it in for the touchdown. Spencer Tillman, the Big 8 newcomer of the year out of Tulsa. He knows what this Oklahoma-Nebraska Classic has been through the years and what a factor he's become.
"34 years ago, Volkswagen introduced the family van to America. And over the years, we've made thousands of improvements. We improved the transmission and the handling. We kept the Vanagon small outside, but made it bigger inside. And now we've made room for 22% more power with a new water-cooled engine. The 1984 Vanagon. There's a lot behind it. Vanagon. It's not a car. It's a Volkswagen.
The sun brings out all kinds of people, and they all want a beer that won't slow them down.
Turn it loose, turn it loose, turn it loose tonight. Coors Light, turn it loose tonight. Don't hold back, turn it loose tonight. Beer after beer when you're moving around. Coors Light is the one that won't slow you down. Coors Light, turn it loose tonight. Turn it loose, turn it loose.
Spencer Tillman with that remarkable play. Now, Nebraska thought he had fumbled, but the rule is if you break the plane to the goal line, it doesn't matter what happens to the football. Now, see, it will come out here, but it's a dead issue.
He had already crossed the plane to the goal line. That's 6 points for Oklahoma. What an athletic play, though.
Tillman, 123 yards, 2 touchdowns. Short kick, picked up by Jeff Smith, and the Wichita junior brings it out to the 35-yard line. It's is such a remarkable play, we can't leave it alone. Let's go look at it again. It's something.
This will spice up your Thanksgiving weekend.
See Neil Harris, he couldn't believe it that he went over him like that. He just disappeared from his view. Nebraska in a catch-up situation for the second time. They trailed earlier 14-7, now 21-14. Turner Gill, back to Rozier. Here we go. 40, 30, 20, and he is not going to make it in. He's at about the 1. Let's see where they're going to mark it.
Will it ever stop? Unbelievable offense.
62 yards.
Take this, Spencer Tillman. That's what Mike Rozier says, the option play. Picks up a nice block by Shalene. Then it's a foot race, a beautiful cutback there. He can do so many different things to beat you. Tries to keep his balance, runs out on about the 2-yard line. The cutback on number 10, Scott Case. He can power you, he can outrun you, but he can make you miss there too.
Rozier with that 62-yard run sets it up at the 3. He now has 149 yards on the day. There's a give to Shalene. He'll take it very close. They're not going to give him a touchdown, though. Be at about the half-yard line.
That was the play that Mark Shalene scored on early in the game, right there. A little inside trap. Take another look at it. Early in the game, you run Mike Rozier. We saw in the first quarter Mark Shalene run the same little trap play for the 7-yard touchdown run. Here he picks up about 2 or 3 down to the 1.
Actually at the half-yard line. 2nd and goal there. Turner Gill sneaking. He's in. Touchdown. Fast becoming a one-upsmanship type situation. You score, we're going to come right back at you twice. Nebraska, after being down, has roared in a hurry to touchdown. Turner Gill caps that drive, and now an important point after Livingston to try to tie it up. Where that wind's blowing, point after's going into that end of the field is no sure thing.
The kicker for Nebraska leads the team in minutes played. He's kicked so many extra points.
11 straight 100-yard days now for Mike Rozier. The kick is good, and it's all even again. 21-all. Let's go back and look at the man who everyone figures will have the Heisman Trophy awarded to him.
As you mentioned, his 11th straight 100-yard day. It ties an NCAA record. Here's a man, only second man in NCAA history to ever run for over 2,000 yards. And you can see why. If a multinational corporation, Gary, had legs, it looked like Mike Rozier. And here is the result of that outstanding run by Mike Rozier. Here's the touchdown. Turner Gill over Dean Steinkuhler.
Now, do you realize we still have 5:25 to play in the third quarter? This is a shootout. It's a classic, and it's all even.
Test pilot Chuck Yeager for AC Delco.
In a high-performance fighter, we go from the griddle to more than 20 degrees below in just seconds. Well, here's an all-weather fighter for your car. The new Delco Freedom Dura Power battery. Hot or cold, it's got the starting power you can depend on. With a Freedom battery, you never need to add a drop of water.
Get a Delco Freedom battery starting at $39.95 for a 40 series. Call 800-AC Delco.
A Christmas gift from Radio Shack.
We get the kids some terrific gifts at Radio Shack. 4 exciting, safe, battery-powered toys. A sturdy fire chief's helmet with flashing light and siren. And 3 authentically styled vehicles. Easily programmed for 6 different driving maneuvers, including straight, zigzag, circle, or square. Those toys sure got their attention. They still have more packages to unwrap.
Exciting battery-powered toys. $6.99 and $7.99 each. Only at Radio Shack.
It's 21-all. Nebraska took 57 seconds on that last drive to tie it up. Mike Swanson, our statistician, pointed out that in Nebraska's game-time touchdowns, they took 1:29, and this last one, 57 seconds. It's almost like, hey, quit messing around with us. We're the #1 team in the country. Oklahoma is playing very, very well. Derek Shepard. Shepard will not make it to the 20-yard line. Kevin Parsons, a freshman, one of three that they added to the defense this year, or this week, made the stop. All right, a doubleheader of football on CBS. The 49ers, we talked about how explosive they are, tied for the lead in the West against the Bears and Walter Payton. And then in the feature doubleheader, the Packers. What a battle they're having in that NFL Central Division. They meet the Atlanta Falcons. Other regional action, all starting with the NFL today. Be with us tomorrow right here on CBS. Oklahoma with not the good field position. They're going to try a reverse to Shepard, who wants to throw, but he can't get rid of it because Doug Herman was there. A gambling move by Barry Switzer backfires.
The discipline of the Nebraska defense. You're going to see the reverse. They're trying to fool the Nebraska defense. But Doug Herman, 63, stays at home as he is supposed to and puts the stop there on Derek Shepard. You saw him slip. He was trying to pull up in front of Doug Herman to throw the football. But Doug Herman was right where he was supposed to play. Disciplined defense.
Pat, it looked to me like Shepard hadn't slipped. He might have gotten the ball off. Berryhill, his tight end, was open. But that's a big if. And a loss on the play. It's now second down, 21. Give to Tillman, and Tillman will get it back out close to the 10-yard line. Mike Tramner, the nose guard, made the stop. 76,000, a capacity crowd in the Snake Pit. Owen Field, Norman, Oklahoma. The battle for the national championship. Nebraska, Oklahoma. An explosion of football, and it's all even. Gary Bender along with Pat Hayden, and we still have 4 minutes left in this third quarter.
Nothing but big plays.
3rd and 18 now for Oklahoma. Ledbetter, Tillman in the backfield. Bradley to throw. Got the wind to his back and overthrows everybody. Dave Burke, the closest. Buster Rhymes, the intended receiver. They're going to have to punt, and they're going to have to punt from their own end zone. Burke is the guy they like to have back on those long plays. He covers the deep play very well and did there. Jeff Smith, Irving Fryer will go back to receive the punt from Ataya. No rush. Hit it with the wind to his back. Jeff Smith, and he'll make it to the 41 of Oklahoma. 41-yard kick, 9-yard punt return. Mike Mantle, related to Mickey Mantle, making the stop. And now Nebraska with excellent field position. The thing you got to realize, Pat, is in that fourth quarter, Nebraska will have that win. And it is really gusting now, blowing as you see it from right to left on the screen. Turner Gill to Shalene, and Shalene will make it to the 36-yard line. Rick Bryan making the stop. That'll bring up second down. 6 yards to go. Offensive line with Steinkuhler, Reardon, big, 280, 270. Trainowitz at center, weighs 260. Greminger, 260. Bennings, 290. They're huge. Gill on a keeper. And good coverage by Scott Case. The intended receiver was Monty Ingebrigtsen. Gill really took a pretty good shot that time when he got rid of the football.
Well, the punishment a quarterback takes, a lot of fans don't see it after he releases the football. There was excellent pressure on Turner Gill, which really caused the incompletion. You see him rolling out on 2nd and 7. He does get rid of the football, but there's Brian Hall, number 21, to put the hit on Gill after he releases the ball.
Gill now 4 of 13 for 44 yards. No yards in the second half thus far. 3rd and 5, Gill to keep, and he's very close to the first down. Tom Flemons, number 93, nose guard out of Altus, Oklahoma, making the stop.
Classic, excuse me, Gary, classic Nebraska football. Watch the pulling guard in front of Turner Gill. He steps back, allows number 58, Greminger, to come out and lead Turner Gill on the option play. Turner jumps inside, trying to pick up 3 or 4 yards. Is very close to the first down, but again, into the boundary marker. Nebraska is so very strong.
They are going to measure to see if they did, in fact, get the first down, and they did.
Turner Gill on third down is remarkable.
He just seemed to have a sixth sense about to keep it that time.
And he always knows where the marker is.
Starting to rain again. It rained some in the first half, had subsided for some time, and now Tom Osborne, his team on the move. Oklahoma, second half, has a little trouble. Here is Rozier. Stanberry making the stop. Line of scrimmage will be at the 27-yard line.
But you see how Nebraska can mix it up. You can see Turner Gill scramble. You can see Turner Gill roll out. You can see him run the option play. Then, boom, they come right back with some power football. Mike Rozier over Steinkuhler.
This is one of those games where you just can't relax if you're playing on defense.
Tom Osborne, marvelous job of taking advantage of all his team's talents.
Second down, 6. Fryer is set in motion, and they're going to reverse it. Nope, they faked it. Rozier will keep it. They've got a lot of wrinkles, don't they? It'll be third down now. Murphy making the stop, 3rd and 2. That's what we said at the top of the show, that they'll play very, very basic football, but they always have a surprise or two for you.
And they make you to defend the entire football field, and again, all their talents, Fryer, Rozier, Gill.
The triplets. So Barry kept saying, Barry Switzer said, we call them the triplets. 3rd and 2. Pitch back to Rozier, diving, and he's got the first down. To the 20-yard line, Jackie Shipp again making the stop. Again, Oklahoma would like to get this ball while the wind's to their back. And this quarter now with 1:27 remaining in it.
The Nebraska offense is doing a very nice job of consuming the clock, as you mentioned, Gary, and keeping the ball away from a very hot Oklahoma offense right now. A big play Oklahoma offense.
Rozier now with 160 yards, 1 touchdown.
Believe it or not, that's less than his average. The average is 177 yards a game.
But we have another quarter. This time, Mike will carry up the middle. He'll get to the 18-yard line. Nothing fancy about the last 2 or 3 plays. Coming right at him. Kevin Murphy making the stop again with a minute coming up on this third quarter. Other times, Tom Osborne has gone up against Barry Switzer with unbeaten teams, did not win the game. Today, he'd like to end that. Shalene to the 10. Shalene is touchdown. Out of school for a couple of years. He transferred from the University of Nebraska, Omaha. Showed his strength on that play. They just couldn't keep him out of the end zone.
And his speed, 225 pounds, yet he runs a 4.540.
Fastest fullback they've ever had. 2 touchdowns for Shalene, and Nebraska now with a 28-21 lead.
Take a look at the Dean Steinkuhler, the All-American guard, as he pulls and leads the way for Mark Shalene. Oklahoma, when you get to worried about Mike Rozier and Irving Fryer and Turner Gill, then they give the ball to Mark Shalene right up the gut. Steinkuhler pulls, gave him a nice block. He gives the old-fashioned stiff arm and is very much determined to get in the end zone, which he did. Another look at Steinkuhler, number 71, the All-American, as he pulls and clears his way on 46. Darrell Goodlow, that is his job. Watch his reaction. He knows what's going to happen. When you're an offensive lineman, this is what you dream about, touchdowns.
Well, last year, Dave Remington won the Outland and the Lombardi trophies. Steinkuhler is one of the finalists. And there is Mark Shalene. I'd say he was about 30 pounds overweight, started lifting. He has tried to keep up with the triplets and done a pretty good job of it.
But again, it's to emphasize what the job that Tom Osborne has done to be able to use his talents as well as the triplets.
28-21, 35 seconds left now in the third quarter. Can Oklahoma come back again? Livingston to Shepard. Check that. It's Buster Rhymes, and Rhymes brings it out to the 23-yard line. Well, Pat, we're looking forward to being in El Paso on Christmas Eve for the Sun Bowl, and Alabama, the Crimson Tide, against the Mustangs of SMU.
Well, SMU has not gotten the respect they deserve. They're 9-1, and Bobby Collins has done an unbelievable job.
Also on CBS, December 30th, the Peach Bowl, Florida State, the Seminoles, and Georgia, Texas on January 2nd, the Cotton Bowl. All of them here on CBS. From the 23-yard line, Bradley on first down wanting to throw. He's going to scramble out of there. He's got some running room, and he's very close to the first down. Mike Knox able to roll him out, and both Gill and Bradley have some interesting characteristics, very similar characteristics.
The impromptu play, you can't defend it, but looks like Oklahoma here was trying to take advantage of the last few seconds of the wind advantage that they have here. 21 seconds left in the third quarter. They have a pretty good wind behind them. They're playing catch-up football, and they want to use that wind best they can.
With 21 seconds left, we're like two heavyweight fighters towing off, slugging it out of the middle of the ring, throwing everything they got at each other. The rain continues to fall. That was about a yard short of the first down. And trying to pick up the first down is Spencer Tillman. Mike Dahm will make the stop on Tillman.
We've seen two excellent offenses here today. Nebraska has rushed so far today in 3 quarters for a total of 304 yards. They average 405. Oklahoma has rushed for 180 yards on the ground.
They're going to have to measure to see if Tillman was able to pick up that first down. 17 seconds left in the third quarter. And they've got it. First down for the Sooners. So they'll be starting the fourth quarter with a football unless something happens on this next play. And again, with 17 seconds with the wind to their back. You can see the rain continuing to fall. Pretty well-played football game with the kind of weather we've had.
You're absolutely right, but it makes it a little bit more difficult to play catch-up football in this kind of weather.
Oklahoma's been a better catch-up team, though, with this offense that they have now. And wait a minute. They're going to stop everything because the third quarter has come to a close. The score, Nebraska 28, Oklahoma 21. Nebraska-Oklahoma is an exclusive presentation of CBS Sports. We'll be back with fourth quarter action after this message and a word from your local station.
20 seconds left. What is it? Come on, let's go. You call us when you get a plays off, baby. Huh?
Call me when you get a plays off.
For quality and dependability, shouldn't you have a Quasar?
Okay, everybody. What do you say we make it Michelob Light for the winners?
Catch you later.
Yeah, it's a whole new game when you're playing for Michelob Light, the rich, smooth taste you can compare to any beer you like.
This is CBS.
Times are tough for the small businessman. The risks are high. The competition fierce. It's hard to keep up. Fortunately, McDonald's is helping us out. They've cut prices. Now the same 100% all-American beef hamburger is only 39 cents.
Cheeseburger's only 49 cents.
Take it from me. This is the best businessman's lunch in town. 39-cent hamburgers.
49-cent cheeseburgers.
Got the business section?
McDonald's and you.
No matter where you look, you won't find another copier like Minolta's new Beta 450Z.
Its unique zooming lens lets you automatically reduce or enlarge different size originals to uniform copies. Or the 450Z automatically selects the correct paper to make different size copies. And that's just the beginning. The new Beta 450Z. There's no other copier on Earth like it.
Available now at Lincoln Office Equipment, featuring the exclusive performance guarantee.
We start the fourth quarter, and Pat, it looks as though it's raining harder than it's ever been raining since the start of this football game. It's subsided for a while, and it's really coming down now. Oklahoma going into the wind. They have a first down to start this fourth quarter. Earl Johnson, and Johnson gets some yardage, a chunk or two, as Earl Johnson stopped by Neil Harris. Interesting stats. Passing has not really been prevalent, has it, in the second half?
Neither team completed a pass there in the third quarter. Total yards, 348. Rushing yards, 304. Nebraska's right on schedule. We said they averaged 405 yards rushing in the game. That leads the country.
You would figure that Nebraska would have the better of it in passing, but it hasn't been that way today. Oklahoma with 100 yards more. Second down, 5 yards to go. Boy, it is really coming down now. In motion, Sewell gives to Ledbetter, and Ledbetter's got a first down. Mike Knox made the stop. Danny Bradley running over, getting another towel. He's having a tough time keeping his hands dry.
Take another look at the center, Chuck Thomas, number 73, against Ken Graber, number 52. He ties him up enough to allow Ledbetter to get right by for the first down. That's a good block by Thomas, the center.
Boy, Pat, you got to be so careful now as a quarterback. The wet ball going into the wind.
Playing catch-up, it's tough.
Danny Bradley going to throw if he can, and no chance. Bill Weber was there. That's a big play. That moves him all the way back to the 31-yard line.
Do you think he's excited? Danny Bradley trying to bring his team from behind, out on the perimeter of the defense. Nobody's open. He gets pulled up, tries to change directions, but Bill Weber, number 87, ran him down from behind. There's nowhere for Bradley to go. Big defensive play by the Cornhuskers.
There are about 5 white shirts back there with him. There's Bill Weber, out of Lincoln. Outstanding student.
Academic All-American.
So at the 31 is where they mark it. They've got to go all the way to the 44 of Nebraska to get a first down. That means they're 24 yards away. Bradley fakes it. He's going to try to run it. And he's doing a pretty good job of that. Moves it out close to the 40-yard line. So he gets some of it back. Brett Clark, the free safety, over to knock him out of bounds. Going to bring up third down and still 20 yards to go. Make it 16. Bradley playing with a lot of confidence. We talked about Turner Gill, how confident he is. I had the feeling that Bradley's probably playing the best game of his career.
As we said, he came in throwing the ball on a 42% completion clip. He's had a big day here.
3rd and 16. Got time to throw. It's complete, and that would be enough. Let's see where they mark it. That will be enough for the first down. Shepard caught it. $16 yards. See where they marked it? Just ahead of the chain. He was drilled backwards, but his forward progress got him the first down.
But give Derek Shepard credit for running the right route at the proper depth. Danny Bradley, under adverse circumstances, it's raining, the wind's in his face, throws the ball in between 2 defenders to Derek Shepard. And again, Shepard did a wonderful job of running the route at the right depth, just enough depth to pick up the first down.
Boy, that was difficult in every way. You mentioned the rain and the wind and a right-hander running left to throw. It was everything against him, but he got it done. First down, Shepard with a 16-yard catch, and it is just raining as hard as it can possibly rain right now. And so Oklahoma wants to call a timeout. They have one left. There's still 12:49 left in the game. The Sooners have a first down.
John Hausman for the investment firm of Smith Barney.
Being born with a silver spoon in one's mouth is not enough. How quickly it can tarnish in today's topsy-turvy economy. When it comes to growth and the preservation of capital, many prudent investors look to Smith Barney. Smith Barney. They make money the old-fashioned way. They earn it.
Two new smash hits from Atari.
Come on down to Hank's Tanks. We're wheeling, we're dealing. Look at this little cream puff.
Don't buy a tank from anyone until you've seen Battlezone from Atari. There are other tank games, but for color, graphics, and action, Battlezone is tough to beat. And don't buy anybody's race car until you test drive Pole Position. It's this year's #1 arcade hit, and it's just hit home. Battlezone and Pole Position, new from Atari.
Saturday, it's Clint Eastwood, Sunderlock, and Clyde.
He handles all my business.
Heading for a rollicking good old boy good time, so come along any which way you can.
You get the best pictures of NCAA football because we've got some outstanding cameramen, and they are braving the elements now. Let me tell you, it's raining so hard, Pat, we can hardly see the field. Look at it. Now, the last two times Oklahoma called timeout, they called a very good play, one for a touchdown and one for a big first down.
They've come up with some very big plays coming out of timeouts. Let's see what they do here.
But they only have one left, and that could haunt them before this day is over. Andy Bradley, and that play did not work.
No magic on that one.
Bill Weber was there. Weber playing a whale of a game in the second half. Earl Johnson carrying, didn't get much, if anything.
And you brought up an interesting point. They used their second timeout, only one remaining with 12 minutes, more than 12 minutes left in the game. That may end up costing them.
Bill Weber, the junior, he wants the national championship, as does this entire Nebraska team. There's water standing everywhere now on the football field. This turf, they say, though, holds up pretty well under these kinds of conditions. It's going to be put to the test. There's a give to Tillman trying to get outside, and he had Strausberger hanging on to him, and he wouldn't let go. Third down.
If you watched the Alabama-Boston College game yesterday in the rain, you saw those teams have such trouble hanging on to the football. Here, it's important for both of these teams to recognize the kind of elements they're playing in and secure the football, secure the handoffs. Hold on to the football so you don't give a team a turnover and a cheap score.
We tried to see that game. The Transformer didn't allow us to. Hope the Transformers hold up here today. 11:37 left of the game. It's 3rd and 10 now for Oklahoma. Rain died down just a little bit. Bradley throwing deep. Lewis broken up by Burke. Dave Burke, excellent inside coverage on Paul Cluis. And they're going to have to kick the football.
You called it good coverage by Dave Burke and the whole Nebraska defense. And actually, the ball is not badly thrown by Danny Bradley. Again, considering the conditions, Dave Burke has Paul Cluis well covered. There's no room there to catch that ball.
Bradley is throwing the ball extremely well under these conditions. Ataya will kick again. He's averaging 46 yards, but this time with the wind and the rain. Good snap. And they're going to like this. It's bouncing inside the 10, and that is reminiscent of an earlier kick. Remember, they had it at the 1 earlier? This is a 42-yarder. And so this time, Nebraska at their own 2, protecting a 7-point lead. 11:10 to go in Norman.
A lot of good old boys around here know the best places to hunt and fish. Places that are hard to get to and get through and get around. That's why they got the original, the Honda ATC. The ATC will get you through water, it'll get you through swamp and mud. The fact is, the ATC works so good down here. There's a story going around that Mr. Honda used to live on the bayou. Everybody knows he lived up by Shreveport. Oh.
This is the place for the real taste of beer. Pabst is the place. There's just no doubt about it.
Pabst isn't beer drinking beer. I feel qualified to say that.
Pabst is the place. Your good friends all around you for the real taste of beer and all the good times you have here.
This is one place they still know how to brew beer.
For the real taste of beer, Pabst is the place.
The American Football Coaches Association endorses ethical recruiting standards and supports the student-athlete search for academic and athletic excellence. Join the AFCA's efforts to support and practice ethical conduct in recruitment of student-athletes.
Tom Osborne was concerned whether his football team could play an entire 4 quarters. Remember, they have blown people out all season long. Only once against Oklahoma State has his offense play the entire football game. There are still 11 minutes left in this one.
And they are backed up with the 2. Turner Gill gives to Rozier, protecting the football, able to wedge it out to the 4. The last time that Oklahoma backed him up to the 1, you might recall, Nebraska had to end up punting, and Oklahoma scored on it.
In wet, rainy conditions, it's so critical that the quarterback secure the snap from center. The quarterback has to stay underneath the center a little bit longer than he normally would to make sure that he has the wet ball.
It's not raining really very hard right now, but the damage has been done. The surface down there is just soaked. 2nd down, 8. Rozier again. Rozier out across the 10, very close to the 1st down. Helping people up after he ran over him. Jackie Shipp made the stop. Barry Switzer would like to get the football as they come now to a measurement. They're going to have to measure.
This is 4th quarter. National championship time. Here's when the Mike Roziers, the Turner Gills, the Irving Fryers, the seniors, the Dean Steinkuhlers have to step to the plate and really do their job. If Nebraska can control this clock, come down with 10.5 minutes left here in the 4th quarter, and get some sort of score on the board, it's going to make it extremely difficult for Oklahoma.
Well, you played on a national championship team. You get into these situations, don't you?
And here again is where the confidence. This Nebraska team is so confident. We spent some time with them. It's an air about them. They walk around like they expect to beat people. And sometimes it's catching.
Well, and 2 times they fell behind, and you saw how quickly they came back. It's almost like they got the hair up on the back of their neck. So the measurement indicated just short. 3rd down. Rozier, and here we go. 30. 1st down, 33. They needed inches, and they got 22 yards.
Watch Mike Rozier on 3rd and inches. Everybody expects him to go inside. He bounces off tackle, picks up a block by Ricky Simmons. A big play on 3rd and inches. But watch number 49, Jackie Shipp. He takes a chance. It's 3rd and inches. He's guessing quarterback sneak. He guessed wrong.
194 yards. Mike Rozier, 6 yards away from his, what? 4th straight 200-yard day. Nebraska asks for a timeout. They have 2 remaining. Nebraska out of a hole.
One computer company has been shaping the way business does business for 99 years, NCR. Today, NCR High Technology puts computer power where business needs it most. Computer power that helps shoppers check out faster as it controls a supermarket's inventory. Computer power to provide banking services 24 hours every day. NCR, shaping the way business does business.
This plane flies donated kidneys to waiting patients. It uses a special aviation oil because a kidney on life support has only hours to get to its recipient. In freezing conditions, that all-weather oil, developed by Phillips Petroleum, saves time that would be lost preheating cold engines. And that could save the patient years on dialysis.
Kidney looks very good.
Fine products for you and your car from Phillips Petroleum, the performance company.
Nebraska, the pressure's been on them all year long. They've been ranked number 1, the nation's longest unbeaten streak, but they have met everything thrown at them. They have played well under pressure today, but there's still 10-15 to go. They have a 7-point lead, 1st down at their own 32. Mike Rozier approaching 200 yards, out to the 35. Tough yardage. Thomas Benson making the tackle.
The big play we saw Rozier make just a few moments ago on 3rd and inches was so critical because Oklahoma had them backed up in the shadow of their goalpost. They started down there on the 2-yard line, and Rozier broke it outside for a big play in the first down. Had he not made the first down, Nebraska would have had a punt. Oklahoma would have had the ball in very good field position.
As you just saw on your screen, 4 straight 200-yard days. What an athlete. Second down and 8. There's the mic again. Up to the 39. It'll bring up a third down. Rick Bryan again. Oh, how many tackles has number 80 had today for Oklahoma? Final game here in Owen Field. Third down, 4 yards to go. Turner Gill, and he delivers on target to Fryer, and Fryer looks to have the first down. On a third down and 4, rolling left. Turner Gill with the pressure pass, completes it. It is a first down.
Tom Osborne says Turner Gill keeps drives alive. 3rd and 4. Under adverse condition, he rolls to his left. A tough throw, but drills the ball perfectly to Irving Fryer. Again, just enough yardage for the first down.
This man, Turner Gill, has never lost a Big 8 game. He's 19-0 coming in here, 28-1 overall. His only loss against Penn State. Tom Rathman across the 45-yard line. Bob Slater made the stop. The clock, 8:40 and moving. No rain whatsoever now. Just a little sprinkle here and there. Getting up slowly there is Rathman. And so with 8:27 left in the game, Nebraska a little bit closer to that national championship they so much want. They lead 28-21. Second down and 7. They have the football at their own 47-yard line. And a penalty flag. And so this Nebraska team playing with a lot of pressure on them, meeting the challenges. But you have to remember one thing, is it's offside against Nebraska. They are playing against some winners, some outstanding athletes in this Oklahoma team.
That's the first penalty against Nebraska. Again, one of the reasons they've been ranked number 1 since August 8th.
Dead ball, encroachment on the offense.
But it has been a very, very long season for them. Actually, the longest ever in NCAA history. And again, give this team some credit, some character for stepping to the plate and maintaining that ranking the entire season.
They started practice August 8th. First game was August 29th. Now it's 2nd and 12. Here's Rathman. Rathman breaks out of there. Rathman all the way to the 31-yard line. Scott Case on the stop, and Rathman, the sophomore. He'll be picking up where Mark Shalene left off next year. 27-yard run.
Oklahoma's defense is taking some chances. They're trying to blitz people because they feel Nebraska's going to run the football. But Nebraska's good enough, even when you know you're going to run on it, to be able to create some holes for people like Tom Rathman. We have not heard his name much today, but again, it shows you the kind of depth that this Nebraska team has.
They were going to move him to tight end in the spring. Then they had a fullback drop football, and they went back to fullback, and he's found a home. Here's Rozier. Fumble the ball, and it's out of bounds. You can see the frustration by Oklahoma. They could not come up with it.
The character of this Nebraska offense, as we look at Barry Switzer, they started on their own 2-yard line. They knew the national championship was on the line. They started with 10.5 minutes left on the clock. They have marched the ball all the way down to the 30-yard line of their opponent.
And with 7:22 left, the ball now resides at the 29 of Oklahoma. Second down, 9. Gene Swanson in along with Ricky Simmons for the Huskers. Right ahead, Rathman. A lot of congestion in there. Kevin Murphy in on the stop. And another third down coming up. Going to mark the ball this time at the 27-yard line. 3rd down and still 7 yards to go.
And this is where that man, Turner Gill, does his magic.
Fryer will come back in at the wingback spot. Crowd, the Oklahoma partisan crowd, sensing something might happen right here defensively for their Sooners. Gill complete to Fryer. That's not enough for the 1st down. Excellent tackle by Jim Rockford. Now, as we mentioned before, Nebraska's tried only 3 field goals. They'd have a long one here.
3rd and 7. Irving Fryer in motion. He's going to try to come underneath the defense and catch the ball and run for the 1st down. But Jim Rockford is equal to the task. You see in there, make an excellent tackle on Irving Fryer, denying him the 1st down.
This will be a 43-yard attempt by Scott Livingston. His longest has been 34 yards. Remember, they faked one earlier, but this time they're going to kick it. The kick on the way. It is no good, and Oklahoma is still alive. The only field goal that Nebraska has missed, but they've only tried 4. Oklahoma is still very much in this football game.
When people pump their own gas, they sometimes forget to check things. So when they come in for service...
Mr. Goodwrench, there's something wrong.
Well, let's take a look.
Mr. Goodwrench knows your GM car. He has the right tools and the right GM training available to spot your problems fast.
Mr. Goodwrench?
Nothing serious. Just needs a tune-up. By the way, your oil is low. Here's how to check.
Keep that great GM feeling.
With Mr. Goodwrench.
With genuine GM parts.
There's a feeling that's been grown in this country that we love. It's our guts and grit and energy that drive the rise above. For it's America.
Here's to the guys who are making America great. From the guys who make Schlitz, a great American beer.
Have a Schlitz, America. You got the gusto now. You got the gusto now.
There's great postseason college football action upcoming on CBS Sports. Southwest Conference champion Texas battles Georgia in the Cotton Bowl. SMU takes on Alabama in the Sun Bowl. And North Carolina and Florida State square off in the Peach Bowl. Plus the Blue-Gray and the East-West Shrine games. All here in the coming weeks on CBS Sports.
Oklahoma. The Sooners have the ball now at the 26-yard line after the missed field goal. They trail 28-21. Bradley gives to Johnson. He bursts out of there across the 30 to the 32. Mike Knox, Brett Clark make the stop. 5 minutes, 40 seconds left in this game. It's now 2nd down and 4.
If Oklahoma scores a touchdown here, Barry Switzer said he will definitely go for 2 points in the win.
And obviously, try to keep Nebraska from winning the national championship. Think that hat is symbolic of anything?
You know where his heart is.
On a 2nd and 4, Bradley getting off to Johnson. 1st down. Brett Clark on the tackle. Dom also an assist.
Don't ever count the Oklahoma Sooner athletes out. They have too many good athletes. Watch the interior line, 73, Chuck Thomas, Eric Pope, number 63, clearing the way for Earl Johnson once more for a big gain of 1st down.
What athletes from the 41-yard line. Rushing in this game, Nebraska 376, Oklahoma 202. This time it's Tillman. Dom on the stop. Line of scrimmage just across the 45. They picked up another 5.
That's what they've been doing on 1st down. It's critical for them in this drive.
4:44. Lots of time on this drive.
Let's go!
Johnson and Tillman both in the backfield this time. Johnson with 100. And make that Tillman with 132 yards. Here's Johnson coming out of there. And Johnson's having a big day. Mike Knox made the stop. And that looks to be another first down. Let's see. They're gauging it. It is at the 48.
The Nebraska defense is going to have to rise to the occasion and find a way to stop Earl Johnson. Mark Dahm, number 51, has been in most plays this second half, but not this one. He's taken out of the play.
It's quite a tandem, isn't it? A 1-2 punch. Johnson and Tillman, they complement each other. They're roommates on the road, and they really get along well, even though they're kind of competing against each other. Bradley to Johnson again. Power football. On a first down, he runs it inside the 45, a pickup of 4 yards. Dave Burke with the tackle. Second down, 6 for the Sooners. What tradition represented here by the Sooner team? Their last national championship in 1975. Tillman will make it to the 41, so they have a third down coming up. Doug Herman, the biggest defensive lineman that Nebraska has, made the tackle. Third down and 3. Oklahoma is only 2 of 10 on third down conversions.
But they've been in a lot of third and long. This is 3rd and 3, right where they want to be. They have 2 downs, really, to pick up 3 yards.
Sewell in motion. They give to Johnson, and it's going to be close. Doug Herman made the stop on the play. Oklahoma says they've got it, but let's wait and see. They're going to measure. Well, if they don't have it, they have a 4th down in inches. Line of scrimmage now just short of the 38 of Nebraska. 2:57 left. It's 4th down. Well, Pat, do you have any 4th down calls you like through the years?
I'd call something that would pick up about 3 yards. I would expect a quarterback sneak here. I'm sure Nebraska suspects that as well.
They bring in another tight end. On 4th down, Oklahoma tried it earlier one time, and they made it.
First time the wishbone formation.
They use that a lot of times. They get into scoring territory, but here on 4th and inches. Here we go. And there's the sneak. You called it. And it's a first down. But they really disguised it, didn't they? They went into the wishbone.
It was a good call by Barry Switzer. It got Nebraska thinking about something a little bit different. They saved it to a 4th and 1. Nebraska had not seen the wishbone all day. You get to think about it. While you're thinking about it, Danny Bradley sneaks for the first down. Good call by Barry Switzer.
Well, now, wait a minute. They don't have the first down yet. They're going to bring the sticks in. We thought they had it. We might have been premature. They got it.
Again, we mentioned the first look at the wishbone. Barry Switzer saved it to 4th down and inches in a critical part of the football game. Nebraska had to be concerned about it, and while they were expressing their concern, of course, Danny Bradley sneaked it for the first down. That's really is good football.
First down now from the 38-yard line. Pitch to Tillman, and wait a minute. They're going to stop the play. Oklahoma, by the way, has only 1 timeout remaining. We mentioned that might hurt them before this game is over. Illegal procedure now against the Sooners. Boy, that comes back to remind you how many penalties they've had all year long.
They now hold the Big 8 record. We've mentioned that a couple times.
Be a 5-yard penalty.
Number 1 on the line.
Line of scrimmage now, the 42-yard line. First
on the offense,
and 15.
it's still a first down.
Sewell and Buster Rhymes now in at the wideout positions for Barry Switzer. The clock running with 2:30. trouble. Still on his feet somehow. And still on his feet. All that running. Still about 12 yards short of the first down. Mike Knox caught him, but great effort by Danny Bradley. They just haven't had time to roll out in the second half. Nebraska's put the pressure on.
This is a big game. The athletes play better in big games. Danny Bradley is an athlete. Watch the determination. He sprints out to his left. There's nobody there. There's too much pressure on him. He breaks a tackle right there of 52, Ken Graber, then uses some speed outside. Really ended up picking up about 4 yards, showing terrific determination, though, Danny Bradley.
Second down, 11, 2:14. The clock stopped. Lewis and Shepard split out this time. Bradley with time to throw. The catch is made by Shepard. At the 15, he's to the 11. Yards.
We talked about the Nebraska team meeting every challenge this season. The Oklahoma team has met every challenge today. Danny Bradley, Derek Shepard, first down.
A much maligned passing offense, keeping the Sooners in this one. The line of scrimmage, the 11.5. You see the time, you see the score. The national championship on the line. Johnson. Johnson to the 2.
Again, Barry Switzer has told us that he will go for 2 points and the win. Right up the gut. One more time by Earl Johnson. Reads the block perfectly. One of the reasons they switched to the I formation was to let people like Earl Johnson and Spencer Tillman set deep 7 yards in the I formation and read those blocks.
They're Barry with maybe one of the biggest games of his career. They're just short of a first down. They're second and about a half yard. Johnson now penalty flag. They may have another illegal procedure coming up against Oklahoma.
What a critical mistake. It's second and inches. The left side of the line looked like they jumped. It's second and inches. It looks like they're facing a 5-yard penalty.
Second time on this drive. Let's see if we can pick it up here.
69 at the top of the screen, Brent Burks. He is the left tackle. He moves a little bit earlier. Right there.
Boy.
A share of the Big 8 crown in the balance if Oklahoma wins.
That's right. So what it amounts to now, the 5-yard penalty makes it second down and 6 for a first and goal. They can get a first and goal at about the 1-yard line, maybe the 1.5-yard line. They go to the bone. Shepard, check that. Bradley, and Bradley dropped for a loss at the 10 by Weber, and there's that man again.
What a big, big defensive play by Bill Weber.
So the penalty, and now the play by Weber. They're back at the 10-yard line. Time. They're going to have to use their last timeout. That's their last timeout with 42 seconds. What emotion on the face of Barry Switzer. He's called some big plays during the timeout, but he needs a big one now.
Now he has 2 downs to pick up this first down. As we said, he's got 8 yards to go, 9 yards to go, but he can pick up a first down before the touchdown. They've been very successful with Spencer Tillman and Earl Johnson right up the gut.
The pressure of being number 1. Ever since they defeated Penn State August 29th, Nebraska has been number 1 in all the polls. And now it's come down to the last 42 seconds of the regular season of play, and they still have the pressure of trying to stay number 1. A long, but yet thus far, very successful season for Tom Osborne. His nemesis, a man who has been the thorn in his side every year, Barry Switzer, 36 of the 38 years this game has decided the Big 8 championship. the 14th play of this drive. Started from the 26. It's 3rd and 9 from the 10. Bradley, and almost intercepted. Neil Harris. 3 men collided at the 1. Shepard, the intended receiver, and Barry Switzer is not happy.
Barry Switzer is calling for pass interference. Danny Bradley throws the ball very, very quickly. Looked like the ball was tipped there. Receiver number 4, Buster Rhymes, running the slant pattern. Can't tell right there whether McCashel, number 2, had run into him.
It's 4th down. Hard to tell, Pat. I agree. It's one of those bang-bang type plays.
One more look. The ball was tipped there. The ball was tipped. That's what threw off the timing. There's number 11, Neil Harris.
That was Shepard, though, the man, the intended receiver. Here they go on 4th down. Bradley, in zone. Rhymes.
So close. The national championship on the line. Neil Harris, number 11, he knows it.
And so they'll just fall on the ball. Oklahoma has no timeouts remaining. Nebraska has, under intense pressure, hung on here. They will remain unbeaten. They'll move on to the Orange Bowl against Miami of Florida. And Tom Osborne, a big step towards his first national championship.
The penalty down on the 2-yard line by the Oklahoma offense was perhaps the difference.
But also some fine defense by Nebraska. Today, 28-21 over Oklahoma. The top-ranked team in the country remains unbeaten.
What does it take to excel?
You have my word. You'll get it tomorrow.
It takes reliability, speed, economy. It takes express mail next-day service from the post office. Our 2-pound pack is just $9.35. Most others charge about twice that. We deliver over 90,000 packages on time every day.
You're a man of your word. I just got it.
Express mail service. We deliver excellence for less.
'Tis the season for McNugget Mania. Holiday wishes fill the air.
More McNuggets, please.
That's the 20-piece size of McDonald's Chicken McNuggets. Right for decorative dinner parties, office celebrations, close relations, and great expectations.
Together, McDonald's and you. Questions about what to give whom this Christmas? McDonald's gift certificates are the perfect answer. Only 50 cents each, or a book of 10 for $5.
And so, it's been a struggle. It's been a game that lived up to all the buildings. Nebraska defeating Oklahoma 28-21. Two outstanding teams. There's so many outstanding players, and one of them we just have to go back and highlight is Mike Rozier, the leading candidate for the Heisman Trophy. He had 205 yards and 2 touchdowns.
His 4th straight 200-yard day, second man in NCAA history to rush for over 2,000 yards.
That led to the 1-yard plunge by Turner Gill that brought him back. But then the winning touchdown, the eventual winning touchdown, was by the fullback Shalene. And you talk about determination on a play.
Well, you're going to see some of it right here. The Oklahoma defense was so concerned about Rozier. Sometimes you forget about Mark Shalene, but you shouldn't, because he can score from anywhere.
He just showed that power lifting ability. Our Chevrolet most valuable players of the game. For Nebraska, Mike Rozier, 32 carries, 205 yards, 2 touchdowns. We have co-winners for Oklahoma. Spencer Tillman, 16 carries, 135 yards, 2 touchdowns. And Danny Bradley, courageous effort by him. 6 of 13, 187 yards and a touchdown. We'll be back with more Nebraska, Oklahoma in an exclusive presentation of CBS Sports. We'll return with more coverage after this word from your local station.
This is CBS.
Starter Heyman and Santa, a tradition in the past and the present. Along with Santa, we have something very special for you this year. Starter Heyman's Christmas sale. Save now on that special piece of jewelry. Let us be your Santa's helper. Stop in at your convenience and pick up your free wish list for your Christmas ideas. We have interest-free layaway and terms to meet your needs. Starter Heyman Jewelers, across from the Centrum downtown and Gateway Mall, Lincoln.
Farmers, here's what you've been waiting for. The all-new Bish head changer to let you mount the popular John Deere corn or bean header to various combines, including several models of New Holland, Massey Ferguson, the IH Gleaner, White, and Ford. Mounting is quick tack with minimum changes to combine or Deere headers, and you can return to regular operation in minutes. For information about the Bish head changers, write or call Harv's Farm Supply, Gilder, Nebraska, or see the farm implement dealer in your town.
Go with the winners, the Nebraska Cornhuskers and B.F. Goodrich. The B.F. Goodrich Power Saver Radial HT is America's #1 farm tire. And like the Huskers, B.F. Goodrich has the winning choice all season long, from the TA Radials to the steel-belted all-season tires.
We're proud to bring you the Tom Osborne Show from all the B.F. Goodrich dealers.
Go Huskers!
Memories with Lawrence Welk, Saturday night at 6.
There was a great amount of courage in this football game, exemplified by Oklahoma. This may have been one of the outstanding players of the season, Spencer Tillman. Watching, he takes off from the 5-yard line to score. And then they came down with still courage on the line, the last gasp effort of the season. The pass intended for Buster Rhymes. Neil Harris goes back. The national championship on the line, and Nebraska dodged the bullet, and they win it.
Presenting Magnavox and Ralph.
Attaboy, Ralph. Another day with my Magnavox. Look at that Magnavox picture. It's so bright and clear and so reliable. Whenever I'm ready, my Magnavox is ready. Yes, sir. If there's one thing I can count on, it's my Magnavox. And my dog Ralph here. If you want reliability, get a Magnavox. Because I'm not giving up Ralph.
Magnavox. The performance lasts.
Who makes the best-built American cars? Based on National Highway Traffic Safety recall data over the last 2 years, Chrysler does. Because Chrysler had the lowest percent of recalls. And only Chrysler has the confidence to back the cars it builds for 5 years or 50,000 miles, with protection on the engine, powertrain, and against outer body rust-through. Based on recalls alone, Chrysler makes the best-built American cars. And with 550 protection, they're not only the best built, they're the best backed.
My business is unique.
So, for a small computer, I called IBM.
What's your problem, they asked?
Inventory.
Shipping.
Billing.
Cash flow.
Tying in with headquarters. Everything.
And IBM helped me find the best solution for now and when I grow.
And they backed it with IBM service.
Am I glad I got an IBM small computer?
I'm delighted.
This was a classic, and it was covered by a technical crew that is unsurpassed. We thank you, gentlemen and ladies, for a job you've done today. This is Gary Bender for Pat Hayden. Be sure to stay tuned for scores and highlights from Brent Musburger and Ara Parsegian in New York. The final score, 28-21 Nebraska. This has been a presentation
and to Tokyo. Fly a friend to the Far East.
This is CBS.
Miller & Payne's After Thanksgiving sale features special prices throughout all 3 stores. Traveling for the holidays? Samsonite luggage is priced right. Regularly $140, this 26-inch case is just $98.99. It has a sure grip handle and wide track wheels. This nostalgic accent lamp features an antique brass finish base and frosted glass shade. Regularly $27.50, now just $19.99. The After Thanksgiving sale at Miller & Payne. Reed & Barton, elegant and beautiful.
Kuldeladden. Tro mig, den är sannoliken en väldigt god chokladbit.
Score, the chocolate and toffee taste of Sweden.
Och min mamma tycker om den, och min pappa tycker om den, och min bror.
This is the place for the real taste of beer. Level out, Pabst is the place. There's just no doubt about it.
Pabst isn't beer drinking beer. Well, I feel qualified to say that.
Pabst is the place. Your good friends all around you for the real taste of beer and all the good times you have here.
This is one place they still know how to brew beer.
For the real taste of beer, Pabst is the place.
Oklahoma will take over at its own 28-yard line, 1st and 10. 5 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in the game. As you can see, the Sooners just 3 yards in the air in this half. Bradley on the option. Has some room. 34, and that's all. That's not the kind of play that it's going to get you what you need at this particular point, though. Rico Hawkins making the stop. 5 minutes to go in the game now.
Rico Hawkins is probably the best athlete in a somewhat underrated secondary, I think, for the Tigers. They've been effective today. I think because they got burned so badly by Nebraska that they have been underrated.
On 2nd down and 4, going through the middle is Earl Johnson, and he has a 1st down at the 38-yard line. But they are chewing up some valuable time. 4:34 remaining now in the game.
That's one of the problems in an offense that's basically option-oriented, is that when you get in a come-from-behind situation, when you have to play catch-up football, it takes too much time to catch up.
Oklahoma has 2 timeouts remaining. Missouri, should they need theirs, they have 1 left. It's a 1st and 10 now from the 38-yard line, and Bradley throws incomplete, intended for Steve Sewell, and a penalty marker is down. Penalty flag is down. Initial indication is holding against the Sooners. Go back and have a look. Now, here's the only touchdown of the game. Came in the 2nd period.
And it was an interesting play because it was an improvised pass and an improvised reception by Andy Hill, the split end, number 84. And watch what he does here. Keith Stanberry, number 19, is on the coverage. And Andy Hill, who had run a fly route along the sideline, turned back in and made a leaping catch in front of Stanberry.
They have marched off the holding penalty.
Holding on the offense. It is still 1st down.
Still 1st down. 1st down and 20 now at the 28-yard line. 4 minutes and 26 seconds remaining in the game. Missouri on top by a score of 10-0. They send Rhymes to the left, and Shepard is split to the right. And off the fake, he's going deep for Shepard, and it's incomplete. Good coverage that time in the secondary. 2nd down and 20.
Here you get a look at the tail end of the play, and you can see the ball is thrown about a yard high. Matichek and Rico Hawkins in on the coverage for the Tigers.
Bradley today is 5 out of 16 for 72 yards, and he has misconnected on his last 9 attempts. He's 0 for his last 9. And just 3 yards passing net in the second half. Bradley throwing back, and that is incomplete. Ruled an incompletion. What a hit. Darren Berryhill, the intended receiver, and Bobby Bell with your basic how do you do.
The Tiger defense has been playing with so much intensity today, and here is an example of that intensity as we see Bobby Bell, the son of Bobby Bell Sr., the great All-Pro for the Kansas City Chiefs. And boy, he really put the quietus on him.
3rd down and 20. Bradley throwing, and that one is finally caught at the 38-yard line by Derek Shepard. So that snaps a streak of 10 consecutive incomplete passes, but they needed 20 for the first and get only about half of it. And thus it is 4th down, 4th and 10 at the 38-yard line. 4 minutes and 9 seconds remaining in the game.
He may not kick.
No, you got to go for it, I got to think, at this point. You have to. Little doubt. So it's 4th down. This could be the last gasp for the Sooners. Play fake. Pressure's on. Receiver falls down. Missouri ball. Steve Sewell was the intended receiver, and he was on the grass. They've got him isolated.
Steve Sewell is running a route that probably is the definitive 3rd or 4th down long yardage play, and what he does is he's trying to make his cut to the sideline. He slips and falls, and that leaves Jeff Hooper all alone on the coverage, and the ball would have been overthrown anyway.
So Missouri has it at the 38-yard line. 1st and 10. 10-0 Missouri on top. 4:04 to play in the game, and they will try to chew up the time now. Adler turns and gives it to the first man through, who picks up about a yard, Eric Drain. It'll be 2nd and 9. Oklahoma has 2 timeouts remaining in the game.
Eric Drain on the hard dive play. That's the one that makes their offense work. It's been their most effective running play all season long, and they usually run it right in behind the right tackle, number 76, Conrad Goody, who, as we pointed out, he's been dueling Ricky Bryan all day. That's that matchup we talked about at the top of the show. King Kong versus Godzilla. Couple of horses, couple of wild horses out of the corral.
2nd down and 10 from the 38-yard line. Missouri using up as much of the 25-second clock as they can, and it's Cameron Riley who gets the first down. Run out by Sonny Brown, so he gets the first. He did go out of bounds, though, and that stops the clock with 3:12 remaining.
This is a guy that the Missouri coaches are starting to get real excited about. Number 48, Cameron Riley, the tailback. He's 6'1", 190. He's only a freshman, and he keeps improving week by week. They say that he's one of those guys, he's got the wiggle. You know that saying, he's got the wiggle? And there's just a number of backs that have it, but you either have it or you don't, and you can tell right away. Marcus Allen, for example, has the wiggle.
First down to the 26-yard line. Penalty flag. Drain carries. He gets to the 23-yard line. Offside against the Tigers.
Very shortly, Al, you and I will be choosing most valuable player for both teams on behalf of Chevrolet. And I'm kind of vacillating, frankly, because it's a tough decision. You know, you figure it's got to go today to a defensive player for Missouri. And yet Marlon Adler has had another good day. Oklahoma, it's a tough decision.
Well, I want you to keep vacillating. Tell me what you come up with.
We're waiting with bated breath, by the way. Watch your language.
First down and 15 at the 30-yard line. And that's Cameron Riley, the redshirt freshman. What they're doing right now, just running into the middle, using up as much time as they can. The time is ticking down there. When the referee signals that the ball is ready for play, as he does right now, that starts in motion the 25-second clock. And Adler is fully aware of that and is using up as much time as possible. And they're getting that snap off with 2 or 3 seconds remaining on the 25-second clock. So right now there is 2:30 left on the game clock, 7 seconds on the 25-second clock, and it's second down and 13. And it's Drain getting to the 27-yard line. So third down. Now Oklahoma's going to take a timeout. They figure they better stop the clock somehow here. And so they use a timeout on defense. And they have 1 timeout remaining. And we have 2 minutes and 21 seconds remaining in the game. And when play resumes, it will be third down and 12 for the Missouri Tigers. With the ball at the 27-yard line. Third down. Well, Hoss, have you come up with your Chevy players yet? What do you think?
Give me 1 more minute of vacillation.
Right.
I tell you, I am having a heck of a time because I think, you know what I think is going to happen? When they get to the locker room, they're going to probably give the game ball to the defensive coordinator, or maybe they're going to say that the entire defensive unit of Missouri deserves the game ball.
Yeah.
The defensive coordinator, of course, is Mark Hadron, who we talked to yesterday. And Mark is a heck of a guy who I think has really come up with a terrific defensive game plan. Tell me more about Mark. I know
Mark, as we mentioned before, California, went to Nebraska, a young fellow, 31 years old. Took over, and he was a little bit worried about things, but he's a confident sort. And his defense has really stuffed Oklahoma, what it amounts to today. Third down and 11 at the 26-yard line. And they'll keep it on the ground. And what they want to do is stay in bounds. That was not a judicious move by Riley. That's about the last thing Riley should have done at that point, was go out of bounds. That stops the clock, and it really gives Oklahoma what amounts to a free timeout with 2:15 to play. So freshmen will make mistakes from time to time. You've heard that before. It's cliche number 603B. And for those of you who were watching the Alabama-LSU game, we welcome you to Faurot Field in Columbia, Missouri, where Missouri is leading Oklahoma by a score of 10-0. Time remaining 2:15. Missouri with a 4th down and 8 at the Oklahoma 23-yard line. And Marlon Adler, the quarterback who ran for 4 touchdowns last week, winds up getting sacked at the 27, and they'll turn the ball over to Oklahoma. But for those who have been watching the other game, Oklahoma's offense has done almost nothing today. And it's mainly been a case of the superior Missouri defense. A tremendous defensive effort turned in by the Tigers. They have allowed very little yardage on the ground from Oklahoma. They have had Bradley running and scrambling from his quarterback position all day. They have had numerous opportunities, have the Sooners, to get something started, but each time they've been turned back. Now they have it with 2:04 to go at the 27-yard line, 1st and 10. And Bradley, who has won for his last 10, throws incomplete, intended for Darren Berryhill.
that, however, was not his fault. That was a very catchable ball as he aimed for Berryhill. And you mentioned it, Al, and for those people who are just joining us, this has been a monumental day for the Tiger defense. I think the last time that Oklahoma was shut out is when they played USC last season. So there is a possible shutout in the making here. And remember, Missouri coming into today's game was a 3-point underdog. So we have a mild upset at least.
Back to pass, and flags are down, and it's incomplete. Penalty mark is thrown at the 30-yard line. Lee mentioned that last year SC shut Oklahoma out. That's been the only time the Sooners have been shut out in the last 17 seasons.
Some excitement down here in the one end zone now, as I think we're going to see another set of goalposts go down. We saw it last week at the University of Maryland when Maryland had a mild upset over North Carolina. At least these fans are waiting.
So they will march off the penalty. A minute 56 remaining in the game. Oklahoma has one timeout left.
Offside on the defense.
Offside
second
against
down.
Missouri. And second down, 5. The report, by the way, on Spencer Tillman, and for those of you who weren't with us at that point, it took several minutes to remove him from the field. The report we're getting now is terrific. It's just a sprained neck. So that's absolutely, under the circumstances, the best we could ever have hoped for. Bradley throws complete to the far side to Earl Johnson, who goes out of bounds at the 38-yard line.
I want to acknowledge everyone for the precautions they took, however, even though it may turn out to be a very mild injury. With neck injuries, you do not want to fool around at all. You don't want to take any chances because the slightest movement could jeopardize a full recovery.
Oklahoma first down and 10 at the 39-yard line. 1 minute, 49 seconds remaining. If it remains this way, this will be the first loss in the conference for Oklahoma. Nebraska would be the only unbeaten team, assuming they win today. Bradley can't get it started, fumbles the ball, but they said the play was dead. No fumble. Play had been whistled dead. Robert Curry was the man who got the sack. Robert Curry, number 66, has had a great day. He really epitomizes this defense today.
Robert Curry, the right defensive tackle, number 66, who has played with consistency and intensity throughout the afternoon, and indeed does epitomize what has been a marvelous defensive effort today by the Missouri Tigers. Remember, once again, for those of you who are joining us late, coming into today's game, Oklahoma ranked 4th nationally in rushing offense. They have led the Big 8 in rushing offense. We talked to all of the officials yesterday. They said controlling and dominating the line of scrimmage would be the key, and they would have to take away the big play by the Sooners, particularly shutting down the option play. They have done all of the above.
Well, the only thing remaining, it's the same thing, and unfortunately we're seeing this week after week, and you can say what you want. You know, people rip certain schools or areas because the fans there do certain things, like come out onto the field before the games are over. But we travel around the country enough, and this happens everywhere. And there's Powers, and you can see how angry he is. And unfortunately, it's not a situation that's something that's a regional problem. It's something around the country. Enough games are on television. People see this enough times so that no matter where you go, you got situations like this developing week after week. Second down at 14 from the 35-yard line as Bradley goes back to pass, and it completes it out to the 50-yard line to Paul Clueless, number 82, and his forward progress nets him the first down just past midfield.
That is the best pass Danny Bradley has thrown here in the second half. He has lost his sights, or he has lost really a lot of his control here in the second half, but that ball was right on the numbers.
Oklahoma has used its final timeout.
Hurry up offense time.
First down from the 49-yard line. Bradley throws, and it's complete to the 43-yard line. Derek Shepard making the catch, and Terry Matichek the tackle.
Shepard.
That's a gain of 8. It'll be second down and 2, and it stops the clock as he goes out of bounds with 1:23 to go.
I have stopped vacillating, and I think I know who I want. How do you like Adler and Bryan for Chevy players?
Second down.
Well, you've already picked them, haven't you? You didn't leave me much of a choice.
You don't even get to vote.
All right. There they are. Ricky Bryan from Oklahoma, Marlon Adler from Missouri. Second down and 2. Bradley rolling and finally runs out of bounds at the 34-yard line.
So, in the names of Ricky Bryan and Marlon Adler, goes $1,000 to the General Scholarship Fund on their behalf. And we thank Chevrolet for their continuing participation in this award. That goes back all the way over 10 years now. That Chevrolet has been contributing to this.
And Marlin, of course, has to share the award, as you mentioned before, with the entire Missouri defensive unit, as William announced there. He represents the offense, but the defensive unit collectively has really been the story. Meanwhile, we've got a penalty marker thrown. Robert Curry, number 66, had come off the field. What Curry did is he was the extra man defensively, and he went off the wrong way. You've got to go off on your side, and Curry tried to sneak off the field on the Oklahoma side. And the official was right there, having been to the ophthalmologist last week, and said, no, I can spot that right away, and it's going to cost you 5.
He's got a bionic eye, the ophthalmologist.
Illegal substitution against the defense. A player left on the wrong side of the field.
By the way, we're going to go back once again and show you the only touchdown of the game. We'll wait for a more judicious moment as Oklahoma lines up at the 29-yard line. After the penalty, it's first down and 5, and Bradley goes back to pass, and he throws over the middle, and that's incomplete. Incomplete, intended for Steve Sewell. Let's go back to the second quarter now. The only touchdown in the game right here.
And it's an interesting touchdown because Marlon Adler gets into an escape dimension posture here. He's rolling to his right. And Andy Hill, number 84, has run an up pattern, and he cuts back around, curls in front of Keith Stanberry, number 19, and makes a leaping catch in the end zone.
Second down and 5. Bradley spinning and throws to the far side, to the near side, but what do they call? Play was dead before the snap? Appears to be the call. Yep, procedure penalty against Oklahoma. So the game has been ending in extremely sloppy fashion with 1:06 showing on the clock. Barry Switzer with the best percentage amongst active coaches who have coached 5 or more years. Appears to be going down in defeat here. Warren Powers will pick up one of the more significant victories of his 6-year career at Missouri. Amateur boxing, U.S. Ireland, and Wide World of Sports to follow with 1 minute and 6 seconds left in the game here. Second down 10 from the 34-yard line. Bradley throwing over the middle, and it's incomplete. I tell you, all day long as we've watched this game from up here, high above Faurot Field in the press box, you see a scattered Oklahoma receiver and then a whole bunch of black shirts. So they never get very many people into the pattern, and as a consequence, their passing game has been relatively worthless today.
Well, an example of that, you saw Rhymes falling down again there, and as they say, the Faurot Field accounts for a lot of tackles, a lot of slips.
Third down and 10. Bradley on a deep drop, finds Rhymes over the middle, and he gets gang tackled back at the 32-yard line. So it'll be fourth down coming up. Fourth down and about 5.
Fourth and 5, you know they're going to gun it. Now, the question is, do they throw for the end zone? Do they try to go for all the marbles? Or do they just go to pick up the first down? I would think they've got to throw for the end zone right now and then just go for a quick onside kick.
See the time remaining right there. So it's fourth down as Bradley throws incomplete, and you can wrap up the ball game. The Missouri Tigers will have to run.
You can say goodbye goalpost, too.
Yep. So the Tigers have to run only one play. Adler can just take the snap and fall down, and Switzer will go flying home with his club. The team that in the last couple of weeks has run up a total of 94 points in 2 weeks. But they're going to get blanked today. Warren Powers will watch his team go to Section 3. And also what this will do is it will make the Bowl Scouts take a little closer look at the Missouri Tigers. Little doubt about that. Final play of the game coming up right here, and then the seconds will tick down, and the celebration will begin. And the goalpost will become tinder. And we thank our guys up here in the booth, George Hill and Kelly Hayes. A great job as always. And Brian Carter. Warren Powers getting the ride off the field as the Tigers win it 10-0. Big 8 standings updated. Nebraska, their game is still in progress, but 4-0 coming in. Now Missouri and Oklahoma, each with a mark of 4-1 in conference play. And of course, the winner of the Big 8 goes to the Orange Bowl. The Tigers win it. Shut the Sooners out in Columbia. Missouri 10, Oklahoma nothing. We'll be back.
Say, Mike.
You found them.
Do you do tune-ups?
All the time, lady.
Yes, but can you guarantee your tune-ups for a year with free follow-ups?
At Goodyear, when we tune your engine, we back our good work with a 12-month guarantee. A guarantee that's got our good name on it. Now, who else can give you that?
A year guarantee on a tune-up?
For auto service that's guaranteed, come up to Goodyear.
Sat down with Mom, talked to Dad. Can't get it together, makes you feel sad. You know you can do it, you wonder where. You want it soon because you really care. The services can help you so you not only get better, you really grow. Talking Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. They'll take you, train you, show you the way. You'll work hard, get decent pay in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. Prove you can make it. Prove it to all. Serving your country and walking tall in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. You've got it together. They'll see in a glance. Thanks to the services, you got the chance in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. It's a great place to start.
Al Michaels, Lee Grosscup, and Steve Grad. As you look at the story again, final score was Missouri 10, Oklahoma nothing. And a reminder to stay tuned for the Prudential College scoreboard to bring you up to date on all of today's games from around the nation. Travel arrangements made through and a promotional fee paid by United Airlines, the official airline of the 1984 LA Olympic Games and proud sponsor of the United States Olympic team. This has been a presentation of ABC Sports.
Thursday, it's an all-new hour of laughs when your favorite celebrities get caught.
God, I wish I hadn't said that.
In life's most embarrassing moments. Then, Trauma Center moves to its new time, 9, 8 Central and Mountain. When a childish prank threatens an innocent life.
6, be careful.
Besides putting together a pizza second to none, Godfather's Pizza is geared to go for carry-out. You want your Godfather's Pizza thick. You want it rich. But you want it on time.
Hot, fast, and ready. On time.
Geared to go for carry-out.
Godfather's Pizza. Hot, fast, and ready to go.
At your Midlands Pontiac dealers, we don't just sell cars. We sell excitement, like the luxurious, high-tech, world-class 84 Pontiac 6000, one of America's most exciting sedans. And for full-size luxury and performance, try on the 84 Pontiac Parisienne, priced under $10,500 with Pontiac's Excitement Plus option package. And be sure and see the all-new Fiero at your Midlands Pontiac dealers.
If you haven't tried Morton House chili, you've never really had a Super Bowl of chili. Morton House, the Super Bowl of chili.
Good health isn't as simple as an apple a day. It is being informed. Call Telmed 397-1717 for health care information on 250 different topics. Telmed is a free health information service sponsored by Methodist Hospital Auxiliary. Dial Telmed 397-1717.
Maverick football, Sunday night following Newswatch 7. ABC Sports presents the Prudential College Scoreboard. Brought to you by Prudential. For life, health, auto, or home insurance, when you think about your financial security, see a Prudential agent. Get a piece of the rock. Prudential Insurance.
At Columbia, Missouri, the Missouri Tigers defeat Oklahoma by a score of 10-0. What a job by the Missouri defense. One of those fellas, Bobby Bell, the great stand-up end. He's with Steve Grad. Steve?
Bobby Bell, fantastic, shutting out Oklahoma. How did you fellas do it?
Well, we knew we had a game plan that we had to stop their running game, and after that, if we could make them pass the ball, something that they're not used to, we would win the game.
You kept Oklahoma from that big play, the dreaded big play.
Well, we had to, and if everybody did their job, that's what we knew we could do. We could stop them.
Did you notice that their offensive line was confused at times with the different blitzes?
No, I didn't notice that. I noticed that they weren't coming off the ball hard, and that might be the reason why.
All right, what's this going to do for the Tigers coming up to bowl time?
Well, hopefully we can go to the Orange Bowl if Oklahoma can beat Nebraska.
All right, Bobby Bell, congratulations on an outstanding game as Oklahoma is shut out by the Tigers. Al?
All right, Steve, thank you. Nice job today. Missouri wins it by a score of 10-0, and the scoring summary is a rather short one because Missouri took the opening kickoff and drove down deep enough for Burdett to kick a 38-yard field goal, and then Hill scored the only touchdown of the game, a 20-yard reception on this pass from Marlon Adlerley.
Marlon starts straight back, and it looks momentarily like he's just going to throw an up pattern along the sidelines. Now watch what happens as Andy Hill, number 84, circles in front of the defender right there and makes a 20-yard touchdown reception on a leaping catch in the end zone.
Second half was scoreless. 10-0 was the final. Missouri wins it. Possible three-way tie for first place if Oklahoma beats Nebraska in this conference, and Nebraska is having a little tussle right now, second quarter.
Jim Kreiner is really starting to turn the program around at Iowa State, just as he did at Boise State. I think that will eventually happen.
Well, Nebraska leads by 7. Meanwhile, big game at Auburn. It's 14-10. Auburn leading 7th-ranked Maryland. East Carolina.
That's a shocker.
7-6. They beat Missouri earlier this year, you'll recall. Oklahoma State leading Kansas State 14-7. That game was in the second quarter. Big 8 confrontation right there. And here at Faurot Field, the celebration continues. In Columbia, Missouri, the Tigers have defeated the Sooners by a score of 10-0.